Everybody under the sound of my voice, Lord, and bless us supervisors to make sound and wise decisions. And Lord, we give you glory, honor, and praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Business is consider approving our board minutes for June of 2016. Y'all ready? Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion.
Second. All in favor? Next, has anybody got any questions on the claim docket? Insurance Bill Association. That's it. No question I have. Anything else? Can I get a motion to approve the claim stuff?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Sheriff?
Good morning, how y'all?
Good.
First item I have is personnel changes since the last time we met.
Motion to approve approve the personnel changes.
Second.
All in favor?
Next item I have is a forfeit, a little bit of cash, like $939 from the county fund.
Motion to approve the
Motion to approve the officer.
Second.
all in favor? Any opposed?
And the next item I have is, asking board president to sign for us to bill MDOC for the month of April and May. Copies here, see, if you remember, you want to look back.
Make a motion to sign.
Second. All in favor?
$104,840.
See, I don't see my sample on here with the, I don't see my sample on here, just a walk in or do you know?
Yes, evidently, we didn't get it.
Okay, my next item, I just realized it's not on the agenda, but it's a piece of travel for, Trent Ford to go to Mississippi Command College, July 24th to the 29th. I didn't bring y'all copies, so I didn't realize it wasn't on the agenda just now. It's not showing any money expense here. I thought the school was, wait a minute here, it was $350. Called by the FBI, right?
Motion to approve.
Yeah, you want to do all travel?
Yeah, I don't see any more on there.
Yeah, number 11, don't you? County Court 3 for safety, 4 in Savannah, September 14th to 18th.
All right. Get a motion, are you making a motion to approve all travel?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve all travel. Everybody's good with that?
Hey, I've been out for 2 weeks and totally forgot. I've got a the state chancery clerk's conference next week in Natchez, and so I need to approve travel for me and, James.
Put that in minutes too. So Malcolm got a motion to approve all travel.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
The last item I have, I think, Nathan has some grant. There may be signed.
Application for a Terry grant.
Make a motion to sign for the grant.
Second.
All in favor?
Sorry, what is that grant for?
It's a JAG grant, be $5,000 and we'll pick some equipment out. Buy whatever you will see it. That is
See Miss Gail back?
yes, it is.
Good to see you.
We bring her out of retirement and try to keep it up ourselves if we wasn't able to.
Let's give it too young to retire.
She got another 100,000 left there.
That was the last time I had to go ahead and thank the know they wind up resting at least another, a third one, but I don't know after that, I'm out of town, I haven't heard from more. Is that the grant for getting, which y'all welcome with?
That was at the, what we're talking about, at that park, new park on Liberty Road. We had trouble with vandalism. They wrote on some of the picnic tables, and some of the park benches, and just typical vandalizing, but, since our last meeting, the sheriff department has made, we know of 3 arrests so far.
Good. And the way we were able to find out is, you know, after y'all asked about it at the last meeting, put it on our Facebook page. And once we put it on there, and everybody started calling. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you, Dave.
Talking about the water park, I mentioned something with that first. I haven't heard how the July 4th weekend went. I'm sure it was used, but all it's lacking is placement of the signs that's required by the grant and the rule sign that, you know, that we want, help, make known the rules. Once those are put up, we'll close the project out, and it, looks like we'll be able to close the project out on time, which is good. On your agenda, you see,
on your water park, there's one little spot that you drive in, start to show your road on the side of the road there.
okay, we'll take a look at that, yeah.
If you catch it now, it won't be bad.
Okay, thank you, Russ. On your agenda, you see right-of-way easement for project SDPBR 5530 in the whole S on Savannah Millard Road. And that's a bridge with timber supports that we've been working on plans to replace. Warehouser is the only landowner. Recall, we made an offer to Warehouser. They responded with a counter offer, and we accepted that. And then this agreement or right-of-way easement has been held up for a number of months with the merger of Warehouser and Plum Creek. Has been a delay. It has caused a delay for our easement. But since that time, we now have a response to the easement that we provided, and they've responded with some changes in the language in the easement. I've looked over it, and what I would like to do is ask for authorization for the board president to sign the agreement with Warehouser for the right-of-way easement, pending Joe and I getting together and looking over that agreement, making sure that there's nothing in there that you know is unacceptable to the county. I think it was $9,000, but they are the only landowner, and it's about 2.5 acres of land, and there is some timber on some mature timber on it. You know, that's, I remember our offer was $7,000, they counted wanted another $2,000. Yeah, yeah, the bridge benefits them as much as anybody, you know, because of their timber harvest. They,
The real book about it.
yeah, that's a big company that just got twice as big. You know, that's going to go far. And when I say that, their merger with Plum Creek was double the size of that corporation. But again, in order to, where this project stands is design is complete. We have to get in line for these federal funds. Our project is not in line for the federal funds until the right is required. So once this is accomplished, we'll then get in line for funding. Typically it takes 6 to 12 months to receive funding for a project like this. The DOT receives federal dollars twice a year, basically. And
and then I'm not trying to slow this up, I just out of curiosity. How do we get away paying more than something appraised for?
Those appraisals, we can make our own appraisals less than $10,000 because that's a threshold set. If we go over $10,000, we have to get appraisals, review appraisals, and the cost of that, surveys possibly, the cost of that usually, just raises it, makes it more than land worth. So if the value of the of the acquisition is less than $10,000, the county can make their own appraisal and make a judgment that, hey, we pay $9,000, or we go through all this and end up paying, more than that for other requirements. So, and with a federal project, we do have to follow the federal acquisition regulations, which, add some level of complexity to acquiring the land. So I guess if the $7,000 initial offer was made on the board standing $4,000 per acre offer, I believe, what the standing offer is. And so when they counted at 9, the decision was made to spend the extra $2,000 rather than try to, force the.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think what you're alluding to is I agree with it, that we ought to have a better partnership around some of these beneficial projects where they benefit as much as anybody. So what I'm asking for is an order to authorize the signature, San King signature on the agreement with warehouse for the right of way easement.
Second.
All in favor?
You got one too? I'm gonna let this one to you, Joe. We need to open thought, once you get a chance to look at it. Okay, I'll probably. That's all I've got, other than to let you know that, assessment of the county roads has been complete. Budgeting has been completed, and what I would like to recommend is that we schedule and hold a workshop where we can get together around the table and, let me, go through our findings and, allow, you to have information to make a good decision on direction from here. Work with you on scheduling a time and we can.
I'd like to myself, I would like to start scheduling a workshop. Just because of stuff like this, we never really get to sit down and, as a group and discuss anything without voting on it. And, this is a prime example, usually when we get up here, we get our information, and sometimes I feel like that, we don't have all the information. Each one of us don't have all the same information. It's really nobody's fault, but it's lack of communication. So, it's whatever everybody else wants to do, but I'd like to start scheduling once a month we can get together.
Well, in this particular case, some of the decisions that are upcoming is, the funding of these improvements, and how you're going to accomplish these improvements, as far as, whether you're gonna do them internally with your own workforce or contracting. So there's some decisions that are pending that you'll, that we can, I can give you some information on in the workshop format.
There are 3 or 4 things that we could conclude real quickly if we could get together and get everybody's ideas on some of those things too. We've got 3 or 4 matters that are under consideration. Y'all got to make some policy decisions on them. Just fill in some blanks. You can accomplish 3 or 4 things pretty quickly.
What do the rest of y'all think about having a workshop?
Absolutely. That's fine, we're fixing to have to start getting in the budget season too, so start working on budgets and, other things as well. Set a time frame for budget and so many hours for that, the rest will be on situation.
What about President's Day of the Year?
That's fine.
This first of the week or end of the week? What about next Monday, July 11th?
I'm gonna be out of town for about a week.
I will be too.
About 12, Tuesday, Wednesday next week.
You'll be back Tuesday or Wednesday?
I think probably about Wednesday.
You gonna do it?
Don't know exactly when we're coming back.
You gonna do it the following Monday, the 18th?
Yeah, we got board meeting date,
No, the 20th.
the date,
Where you got that?
Well, it's 6:20.
Well, Monday is fine.
that'd be cool,
18th, good with everybody?
Well, I've got a conflict on the 18th. Certain parts of the day I can probably work out.
No. What about,
All of that week, like what, 13th, 14th, 15th?
Now, when's our ambassador stuff?
the 19th?
Yeah, the
No, I'm
19th,
sorry.
19th is
The 12th.
12th is good.
That's when the ambassador meeting.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's the one I'm already.
13th is, that makes it easier.
What about like, when are you leaving?
I'm gonna leave in the morning. I'm gonna leave in the morning and probably won't be back till about 12, so 13, 14, 15, 14, 15, good for me.
14th is on our MDA in Lauderdale County. 15th, can you make it on Friday?
Yeah, Friday's tough.
I won't be out then.
That's great.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
There's 1,000 houses in Hideaway.
Yeah.
Now, the mileage in there, on your 820 miles, does that count this street?
No, that's private benefit.
Right,
Yeah.
that was my point. Everybody's paying taxes on those 1,000 houses. They don't get nothing back from the county in return. What I'm saying is they pay for the streets, the grass cutting, the ditching, whatever, they take care of all of it. I got a house in there, and I'll pay so much.
I mean, what's your question?
My question was, is that 820 miles down that
Oh,
street?
no, it's on public road.
I know it is, but they still pay county, we still pay county taxes on it. But I'm just saying that's not part of the 820 miles.
No, this is public maintained road.
Our next board meeting is on the 20th of July, which is a Wednesday. What about the 25th of July? Will that be the following Monday? Good.
We still get back to the 26th.
About the afternoon of that board meeting.
What, the 20th?
Yeah.
We're out there.
Or will we, yeah, we'll leave them.
Where you going on the 20th?
Well, they go.
August the 1st is the next board.
When they get back, we're probably going to get something that week, even if it's Thursday.
What week are you, what day are you going to bring it back?
We'll do it Wednesday the 27th.
I'm gonna be gone all that week too. I hate to tell you, but I'm gone just about all the time.
You might have to work on Saturday. What's it gonna be, your place?
Do what?
You want me to come to your place?
I don't think so.
We ain't spending no dollars unless we get $10 back.
There we go. I'll come out. Well, what's wrong around the 15th? We got, what's on July?
Donald says Friday.
Yeah, you know what, I can make it happen.
That's good with me, July 15th.
In the morning, evening, whatever.
Adrian's not gonna be here, which I'd like to have him.
Bump it to the
It's time to go to lunch, don't
I'll be back.
Well, can't do it tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I'd have to leave by 11, I gotta be in New Orleans for 1 o'clock.
Do it this evening. We can do it this afternoon.
Alright. We got a department head meeting at 1 o'clock, we'll discuss some stuff afterwards, you wanna discuss the
I'll stay long as I can. I got
Say 1:32.
people that
yeah.
air conditioning.
I like that, sir.
Well, we got that worked out.
Be waiting for
Hey,
We all.
let's fill it back. What you got?
May we have a, update on the,
Yes, that road is, currently closed this year, we've been closed since April, and which is, the contractor is constructing a poured-in-place concrete box culvert. The bottom slab has been poured, and he started working on the sides and the top. Once those pours are complete, which Pepper did a pretty good job laying that out. I don't know if you saw that schedule on the picture item or not, but,
I just want to see if it's still on.
yeah, that schedule that was in the paper is still valid. Contractor is still on pace, to meet that schedule. So we're looking at, I believe that was, 8 weeks, is what we had estimated.
About 3 months.
Another 2 months. That's
Whose idea was it to build a bridge back? I mean,
What do you mean build a bridge back yet? I mean,
well, couldn't the culvert been put down there and got that done a lot easier and quicker? That ain't a river runs through there,
yeah, well,
and it's not nuclear science.
what's your problem?
Well, I just wondered why didn't they just put a culvert there instead of a bridge?
The size of the drainage area.
It was,
a box.
There was a bridge there to begin with.
yeah, it's been there 100 million years, but they got culverts now, would probably do some of the things that bridge.
We
doesn't.
calculate the drainage area and the amount of water that flows through that point, we size the culvert to handle that.
I've seen that road underwater one time in my life. And I live within a rock strip of that bridge. That's
Well,
terrible.
the bridge provides much more opening than a culvert. You'd have to have, it wouldn't be cost effective to put a culvert in.
How large is the culvert each putting?
It's a
in
double,
now?
20 by 8. In other words, it's, you've got 2 openings, it's a low barrel culvert, so it's more than just a number of round culverts what we provided.
Did you say that? I might have missed it, but what we're looking at now for maybe getting the road back in service?
Another 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
Our road's just taking a pounding.
The first town?
No, Whitechapel
Whitechapel.
and Hawken Carroll Road. You're gonna have to fly over it in a helicopter for long.
Oh, yeah, it's beat up.
It's beating the devil out of our roads.
Detouring?
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
It's gonna be repaved. No, Carol.
They put it one time, but it's toilet paper, asphalt, and, it's sad, sad.
Charlie?
One,
First thing I have is I'd like to ask the board to publish the minutes of closing the DATD road. We got that today, we typically, they sign it up, post it.
make a motion that we post notice for the closing of the
All in favor?
Second item I have is, Poplarville High School has requested some assistance with paving in the high school parking lot. They will purchase all the materials, they just pass them to county, couple with labor in it later.
Is it a while, Charlie? Take a while.
About a week, about 800 tons of asphalt.
That's the state home school.
Can I get a motion to approve this?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Is Poplarville School run by the state? Oh, the stage is over.
Two rounds back there. They want the road in a real bad shape. And, it was a benefit to the county, and the taxpayer to just abandon the road. And, next thing I have on the agenda is, ask the board to acknowledge the monthly reports for May and June.
Can I get a motion to acknowledge the monthly report from the road department?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
I appreciate you showing how much work you are out there doing every day. I would ask you one simple question about this. I hadn't seen the paving schedule. I'd like to see it. Are we still working?
We're still kind of working with that and trying to get this budget in, hopefully maybe this evening, and get a little more stuff lined out. We're working on all the drive up here and getting stumps and all that stuff moved out of it. We got several other little projects in the works. We're trying to do some prep work to be ready to start paving.
When you anticipate start really paving some roads? We got all the equipment in.
Next week, we're gonna start on some of them. We're gonna do some soil seeding on Valley Road. Like I said, we'll be doing Rock Drive, working on Rock Drive. Just kind of spread out. And like I said, still kind of working with lessons on this too.
Well, you know, you keep hearing people bring up that Hawk Carroll Road, it is bad.
It is bad, yeah.
And that burst down road, so we're gonna have to get, I'm.
That's still on my list.
Okay.
And I'm working on financing and that right now, to figure the budget. And, I'll get with you on the scene on that on Wednesday.
Appreciate it.
One other thing we left out there, Charlie, level the driveway in front of the Derby.
I'm sorry. The Derby Volunteer Fire Department, there's a crown in their driveway, and the water, puts water back into their bags. And, they asked if we could come in there and cut that driveway down and put a little bit more gravel. Probably use most of the gravel to save it.
Just reshape.
Just reshape it and cut that hill down. There's a certain little crown in the, way of the field. They've also asked, and I've got maybe on the lap, working on something, but, where the, but that's also a voting precinct also. And where the handicap pull up and park, they've asked if there's some pavement or some concrete there. What happens is when they're voting, they have to pull up in the bays, or the fire department to get the people a handicap out of the vote. So that's something to, we're working on something like that.
Can I get a motion for the road department to level in front of the Derby Volunteer Fire Department?
Motion moved.
I got a motion and a second, all in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a minute to thank Charlie. Saturday afternoon, we got a call that there was a sinkhole on Cedar Road, pretty busy part of Cedar Road. When we got there, it was impressive. You could put a pickup truck in it. And, I think Charlie and his emergency crew worked into the night, making that hole safe for the weekend. And, man, we sure do appreciate it.
No problem.
Andy?
Yeah, I just got those, need you guys to sign the 2016 ENPG application.
Get a motion, for me to sign these documents?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
And just wanted you guys to acknowledge that, we're projected to get 44,000, 42.
44 or 492.
Yeah, 44, 492.
I didn't take your paperwork.
I know. It's all up there.
Danny, is this the grant that we've been in the past, we got this?
Yes, every year. It runs late, something to do with Congress. They make changes to it every year and get budgeted.
Got one for grant application, one for grant. Secret, Nick, all you got? Ready, they don't hurt anything. Positive. acknowledge the second personnel change in the, circuit clerk's office.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Before we vote, you know, and I don't have a problem, I support that, but I thought we agreed last month, we weren't hiring these people until they approved by the board.
That was the case.
And what?
I said that was the case from my understanding.
She had already hired this, and she was out last week before the meeting, I talked with her about it, and see from now on, we would, she had already, she wasn't here, Nancy was out last week, and we had. She was constantly around, you know.
Okay.
Did we all vote on that? I know we had a motion second. All in favor? Next is the fairgrounds, restroom, air conditioning quotes.
Is that three-phase over there?
No.
No, not to in there.
Their price, that's it.
Yeah, that was good.
I didn't make the last rodeo, but the one before, that was a big complaint about how hot it was.
They've got a window unit front up in there. Yeah. It's dumping heat right now, it's just circulating this.
Like I said, I didn't make the, I wasn't unable to make it.
We took, the units in there, we took out an old building, furniture and office. Yeah, old shelf. And,
Exhibit building was and recycling them and kept them going for another 10 years. They just, you put 3 on in it today and it won't work tomorrow.
22 is $500 a drum, $30,000. One thing to do, and this quote looks good, the lowest bid does look good. I would do it.
We got two quotes, I guess.
Motion to go with the dirty work.
Yeah.
There's a big difference in the warranty.
No, they're all 10.
One's for $8,603 and one's for $7,000.
I'll make a motion to accept the lowest quote.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, next we got, to acknowledge advertising for the courthouse. This is a grant project, I guess we got everything back from, the Justice Department.
Well, we still don't have the full opening on that part, but we're going, yes, let me just try to explain this because this has become more complicated. We did meet with our phone call Justice Department, we changed everything they asked us to change and we resubmitted. But the state law has changed now because the building is a historical building and they changed how you do it, so we had an advertisement that came out June 30th and it's coming out July 7th to contractors. And contractors will submit, proposals of their qualifications. And, if you see the third page in there, those are to be back in here on, July the 28th. Then on, July the 29th, we're gonna have somebody from Justice Department archive in history come down and we'll have to sit down and go through them and score them. And they might reject some of the contractors, or they might not, depending on it. And the ones that pass the score, then will be allowed to bid on the project. And we hope
acknowledge and advertise as for courthouse training.
All in favor? Right, what we have here next is a memo from the county administrator to all department heads, letting us budget time and to provide each department with a request form. I get a motion to acknowledge this.
Motion.
All in favor? Next is the county administrator's monthly report.
Make a motion to acknowledge the county administrator's monthly report. Second.
All in favor? Okay, we've approved all travel, so let's get that, that's what next. Next is, I guess it's 10 o'clock with our policy proposal presentation.
I think they out there. You want me to get them? You ready or?
Yeah, if they hear that, go ahead and do it.
Joe, did you have that stuff on that very cemetery?
The two vendors are here to do the brief phone presentation, and if any questions you guys have, feel free to ask them after. This is in telecom. They're out of Slidell.
Yes.
Whenever y'all are ready.
So basically with the current infrastructure that you do have with Alcatel, what we are presenting to you today is the Avaya IP Office Server Edition. The main points of this would be the fact that it is a redundant system. We do not, at this point, have a location yet from Pearl River County where the redundant server will be housed. However, it can be put anywhere, okay? So, it could be put off-site anywhere that you want to have a backup to what you're doing here in case of evacuations and things of that nature. Based off of Visio, you have the three main entities, which is Poplarville here with the buildings that are surrounding this area here, admin, tax assessor, this building here, DA's office, those things. Those will all be connected out of the courthouse via fiber optic cable so that we can use the PRI, which is the phone lines that you have at the courthouse presently. That will run this entity. Millard is your jail and justice department with the trailers. That will have a gateway that will be connected back here via internet to where you have the capability of doing your current extension dialing that you're doing now between sites. You will be able to do that again.
No one will lose their extension numbers or anything like that. Your DID numbers will all stay the same, your direct numbers to your phones. Then there is Picayune, which has its own separate gateway that has a primary rate interface circuit for your phone lines there. It will also be connected back to this site. Everything voicemail to the licensing, everything will be housed in the courthouse here in the IT room that is provided here. Once again, the server, the backup server, will be at a location that you deem necessary later, and that will be your backup to if a failure. Okay. Replacing all the switching mechanisms at each location to go fully power over Ethernet in each location, so that you can run either data or voice off of that, depending on how you choose to do those kinds of things. That's up to your IT department how they want to do it. But this is basically the Avaya system. Used to be Lucent Technologies, used to be AT&T, used to be Western Electric. It's Bell Labs. This is everybody's chasing this platform. We can go up to 150 sites and 3,200 phones on one unit. So you're never going to outgrow this, ever. I can connect this system to pretty much an analog, a digital, the in-house digital third-party SIP phones. So it is open source to where you're not limited to what you can put on it. There are some code stuff that other companies don't play well with, but ours, I can get a Walmart phone and plug it into this thing and make it work. We have all your faxes that come into consideration, that for each site, with the ATA equipment that makes the faxes work off of your PRI network that you currently have in place. Also, the switching mechanisms that are going into each, if you look at the Vizio, each one has its own brand new switch. It is a tier 3, layer 3 switch that comes lifetime guarantee on the warranty on it. It is PoE and it is gigabit switch. It is not anything lower than that. It is a layer 3 switch. You do have the capability of the call accounting, which is a Zima product, which is a third-party product that we're putting on this. And the Zima product is giving you your call accounting to know who's on the phone at what time, who made these calls to where, multiple different recordings, how many calls were abandoned, who hung up, who was put on hold for too long. You can dictate all of that, and you can pull it by extension, by group, by system. Hey, I want to see all these right here. You can do that from that level, and you get a full reporting progress on that. The maintenance on the system is built into this to where you have a replacement part for these types of failures. And we are an entity of Avaya that is a select business partner of Avaya. There's only 50 in the world, and we're one of them. And we are currently 45 minutes from you, so that we fall within that timeline that if you have an outage, we can have somebody here very quick and get this fixed. Most of it can be taken care of remotely. We do have a state-of-the-art dispatching center right now that allows you to go on the web and type in what you need. As far as a question, I want to change a name, I want to change a password. We can get that done. It will reply to you very quickly and say that was completed. And these are not bootable offenses, which means your system doesn't get shut down. These are simple merging things that you just make the change and it happens. And nothing affects you. You will not see any of the downtime as far as having to reboot something. The cabling infrastructure that we were asked to provide, which is the courthouse and the extension office, it is included in this bid to recable the extension office completely with 44 dual cable runs of Cat 6E or better for that site, and restructuring the courthouse over here to provide with the 64 cable runs that was requested on the bid of Cat 6E with all the faceplates. That one will be done with a product called Panduit, which allows for the aesthetics of the building, so that we're not making an obtrusive mess of cabling everywhere. It will be well hidden, following the rules of a historic building to where you don't have any type of cables hanging all over the place, or they'll be well along the baseboards and nice. We have all that included in there. It's part of this process. There's no extra fee on that besides it was built into the bid also. Any questions so far?
Is the county barn added in?
The county barn is in this. It is part of, it's going to be part of the jail system because it's in Millard. So we will connect that also, but it will have its own separate gateway to run the phones that are there. But it will be connected to the phone lines. We're just gonna port the phone numbers over to the jail and run it that way, back to that. But each entity that was given was provided for this.
Yeah, DHS, everything involved in this.
Yes.
This is the whole county, everybody, nobody's left out.
Nobody got left out in this. New switching for every entity. Very simple platform to where the IT department will simply be able to plug a phone in, and it'll reboot itself, and they just simply put the extension number that they want into it. It comes up. It will be pre-programmed before we even get here. There won't be, let's just say there's going to be about 10% programming on site, and that's mostly changes. Like, I don't like that. I want this on my phone. Can you change this to this? The major programming will be done at our lab in Slidell prior to and approved by y'all before we even install it. That way the downtime is minimal. We do pre-trainings beforehand with a system. Basically, it's in the hallway, it just didn't have any place to set it up. But we plug your configuration into the system and put it out there for pre-trainings to say, this is how it's gonna look, this is what y'all wanted, this is how it will work. The receptionist, she will have her soft console to be able to see everybody in the platform, so that she can pass calls off, send them wherever they want, and she'll be able to see everybody who's not here, who's out, that kind of thing. So she will have that soft console just like she has now, but in upscale. It's an easy system to administer. The IT department will be fully administratively trained to be able to go in and make changes as they do now. You won't have any problem. If they have a question, they just pick up the phone or email and say, hey, can you tell me how to do this? And we will talk them through and work with them on that. And that is included in the maintenance package that was requested. It is a very, very simple system to deal with. Not a lot of command prompts. It's a GUI-based interface to where you just pick users, pick extensions, and you pick that person and you go and you make it the way you want it and then merge. And it takes you longer to get into the system than it does to do the change. That's just how quick and easy. It's a 45-second to a minute change if you want to change somebody's name. It's very simple.
Y'all even have towers up yet?
What's
Communication towers.
We're doing the phone system. I don't think we're in.
Y'all don't have to have.
We don't have to have a tower.
No, we're running this over Metro.
We run this over Metro E.
Okay.
So it's basically through the internet lines of how we're doing this. We don't have to put power.
This is all through the internet. Basically, what, I got one question, this might be a question I should ask the guy that works for the town. So you're telling me we still have to have a switchboard operator for this system? Is that?
You don't have to.
Okay, but we
It's
do,
there.
we can, or we can do without it.
Yes.
Okay.
I can do this full auto attendant for each group,
You just tell me how you want this taken, and she doesn't have to be there to send it to the proper people. We can set up individual hunt groups for each department, tax assessor, admin, DA's office, however you want it done. And it'll answer the phone for you and say, if you would like Adrian Lumpkin, please press 1. Boom. It goes to him. He will also have his direct import dial number that only goes to his phone. So, and that's on a given basis by him. When the call comes out, it only puts out the main number. So you're not giving out your direct import dial number to everybody. You don't have to.
That's either or too. That's either or.
Either, it's an either or, yeah.
That's what
There's
I,
simple
make sure we
ARs
get a
that-
system we can only use one way.
Yes.
And you can even go as far as customized call routing to where it can recognize caller ID and send that number to a specific location. So it can get really, really customized on the system. Just, we'll sit down with you guys once, you guys choose a vendor. And our normal process is we want to sit down and review a planner, and then we'll make recommendations based on our experience. We've done a lot of parishes in Louisiana, so we just finished City of Slidell. We're doing Madison Parish right now. So we're very familiar with government entities and how you guys are set up and can offer some functions that we've already done with those folks to make things easier for police departments and things like that. So
It's a very easy system to work with. I can probably tell you on one hand what it won't do versus all the things it will do, but it's not at your level. It's at much higher levels. Now, he did mention to us that eventually you're going to want to go to unified communications, eventually. This system already comes equipped to do a certain amount of, if you're using Outlook, you can tailor into that and make calls out of Outlook just simply by going to your contacts and clicking on that, hitting call, it goes. We also have already included into this special bid that we got from Avaya 73 power users, which simply means they don't have to have a phone. They can have one of these and it will act exactly like their extension. So if they're not in a place where they pick up a phone and dial, this acts exactly like the phone. It has twinning capability to where I can make your phone and your cell phone ring at the same time. And it's not a forwarded call. It is a simultaneous call that just goes through the network. And if you have to get up and leave, you can walk out and leave. Still be on the same call without dropping. So if you have a meeting to go to, you can go and still continue to call and get your car.
The same thing when you come back to the office, if you're on the cell phone, if you want to get it on the phone, the calls generate there, you just hit the button, take it up, and it's back on.
It's back. You don't lose it. It stays. That's a mobile twinning feature. The web collaboration is already in there. It's just whenever you want to set it up. Web collaboration is if you want to have a PowerPoint meeting with a bunch of people that are following on audio. You will see everybody in that list that says, this is all my attendees. I'm muting everybody. I want to speak. I talk. I go through the meeting and say, hey, this, and if someone says, I want to raise my hand and ask a question, you'll see it on the screen. That is already in there. That's not something you have to purchase. It's just not going to be set up at this time until we get systems in place. But the licensing is already there for you, which I don't think that was part of the plan, but we got a deal on it from Avaya to where the special bids process, they gave us those licenses in it at a discounted rate so that we could throw it in there. So you have that capability already. It's just when you want to implement it and who you want to implement it to. It's not, I only have this many and you can only use it. It's when you log in, you go into it, and if you are out of it, somebody else can use it. So it's not a per person basis, it's a license basis. So this is a fully IP system, but it will be doing some faxing through the system also. With ATAs and some of our phone modules that you can take and plug analog devices into them and run whatever you need. If you have an analog phone in a room that you want them to have local calls only or extension calls only, I can make it do whatever it needs to do.
It's just a question of when you choose a vendor and you say, in 10 days, I need a project manager to be here on site to go through this, that's when we go through how to tailor this system for you. And it's an easy change to, you know what, this is not working for me, let's fix this. Let's go this way. Like auto attendants, let's ring 4 times and then have the auto attendant pick up in certain areas. You can do that all day long. It's just a question of how you want to do it. There's no limitation on that part. Any issues that you have with it, we are more than willing to work with you throughout the, you have full maintenance on this. We will help you with anything that you need. And like I said, we're right down the road here. We're not that far from you to get to you. It took me 40 minutes to get here from our office. So we're not a great big distance. We do have quite a few high-level technicians that work for us. So it doesn't matter what issue that you do have. We have people that can handle from small desktop support issues to large, I got a big network problem. So that's not something we have to outsource. We do also have the full backing of Avaya because we are one of their select partners. So we have the manufacturer right in our backyard. He lives in Slidell. So he did not have to fly from somewhere to come and help us with this. But we had it covered.
What is the time frame from start to finish?
Once you make a decision, we are, by the RFQ, we are told that we have to have a project manager in place in 10 days. We already have that person set up, waiting for your call, and that person will come down and we will do a full scope of work on how you want this done, how you want it programmed. And then it's really up to y'all when you say, I want to start doing this section here, this section there, and this section there. It can be done in phases. It can be done however you choose to do it.
On the phone system side, I would say it would probably take us a solid 2 days on site to implement the entire system, because we'll pre-program it, lab it, make sure everything functions, we'll mimic your network. Once everything's functioning, then we'll come in and plug it. We did the entire city of Slidell in 24 hours.
Right.
So we went in overnight and they had 17 different buildings. So we just finished the Coshada Casino and there were 22 buildings. We did that job and I want to say they were there
2.5 days.
2.5 days. So we'll
22 buildings, 250 phones in 22 days, or in 2.5 days. And they were spread, and that was their call to how quick they wanted it done. They said, we want to do this one's first, this one's second, we're going to do this tomorrow, that kind of thing.
We were bringing down the police department on both of those installs, right? So you can't really bring down the police department because if somebody dials 911, you have to be able to get somebody, or they dial that police department's number. So we kind of set up the city system, and then once the city system was in, we were able to forward those calls over there for the 30 seconds that they were down at the police department, and then flipped it right back, and then we tested to be on site. So normally our process is once we get it installed, we always do first day of business. So we'll spread technicians out amongst your locations and leave them there just to be 100% that everything's functioning correctly. And then our normal process is a week, 2 weeks behind. We'll come back in, we'll spend another day just making sure everybody's comfortable with the phones. Usually that's when all the questions start arising, because they realize things weren't working. So we'll come back in and do that.
But it's basically your call to say, hey, we're having a couple of issues, or we want to change some things. We get back up here and we work it through it with you and say, yeah, we'll get this changed. Because there's inevitably, I can't figure out any one time of a large system like this where somebody has gone through and said, I don't like that. I don't like the way that works, let's change it. It always happens, we're used to it, it's not a big deal to us. It's whatever you want, and we'll try it that way. We'll give recommendations of, that's not a good idea to do that, but some people say, I want this, and then they put it in, they go, and it works. So it's one of those things where you try it out, and you go like, this is not going to cut it, so let's make this go this way. And it's a minimal change. Most of the information that's put in that is basically a bootable event that shuts systems down, we won't touch that before after you put it all in. It'll be in there solid. That's not something it's Right after that, they're all mergeable offenses. Hey, change this. You spelled my name wrong. My password's wrong. This, you know, whatever you want. That's a mergeable offense to where you don't need to shut anything down. You say, okay, fix, save.
As far as timelines go, on the cable side infrastructure, what we'll have to do is we'll send a crew in. Obviously, we'll survey first. The extension office isn't gonna be that bad. I think we can knock that extension out office in a week and have it fully cabled and set up, ready to go. Now, the courthouse will be difficult. Obviously, we're dealing with an older building, so from an infrastructure perspective, it's totally different.
2.5
We'll leave a PM on site. I'm thinking 2 weeks, you know, to get that stuff cabled and get all the cable infrastructure that's in there today clean. You know, there's a lot of stuff against code in that building that we can't run cable like that because of Bixie standards. So we'll run it a different way. We'll use conduits in the walls instead of just busting holes in concrete and putting it through. So some of those existing holes are currently there, that cable's running through. We like to make our own holes if we can. Some of them are kind of tight. It just depends on the layout. So our PM will come in and do a diagram. Once we do a diagram, then we can put a game plan together on how we're going to cable that building. Because I can tell you that's going to be the most difficult part of this whole project, is the cable infrastructure inside the courthouse. And it's a working environment, so we got to be right.
Well, this is just not an entity also that we just came up with in our office. We passed this through the chain to make sure that what we were doing was correct for y'all. So there's not going to be a whole lot of error. It's just more or less like unknowns, like there's a wall mount phone right there and we don't have enough wall mounts. So that's a minimal thing that we might run into. But we'll handle that when it comes along. Once everything is put in and set in stone and say, hey, this is where we're going to go with this, then we'll test it out with y'all and say, yeah, I like that. I like this. Change that. We'll get all that pre-done to where it's stacked in before we even switch this over. And when you say we can switch it over, that's when we do it. If we don't come in and just flip the switch, we'll do it as you say, I want to do this building first, I want to do this building second, and we'll go through it. But it will all be pre-set up and ready to go and tested. All the switching network, all the addresses, everything will be put in well before we even, because the last thing we want is downtime. We don't want to do that. So you're a government entity and we don't want to have y'all be without funds. So we can do this as y'all see fit.
You know, I want to speak for probably a lot of people, and a lot of this is Greek to me. I'm
Yes.
very good to speak for you with the I'm glad it's not a test.
Well, there's a quiz there.
You know, you made a statement that we'll never outgrow it. I want to know, you know, and I know technology changes, but what I don't want to do is put a system in 3 years to come back and say, well, that system doesn't work, we need to do it again.
Let me touch on that for you.
And, you know, we spend a lot of money planning.
Yes, sir. Let me touch on that for you. Our system, you do not have to forklift it to change it out. The processor is upgradable by firmware. You will get, with our maintenance package, you will get the latest firmware. Each year it comes out. We will come on site and redo the firmware for you as long as you want us to. It is your call, but you don't have to replace a part. You simply download the latest firmware that Avaya puts out, which I believe we're on 9.1, fixing to go to 10. Once that is in, it's a bootable offense, and then you're down 3 minutes max. But that's usually done in off hours.
Yeah, the systems today are software based. So all these companies are migrating to software because that's where they make the most money, right? So for us, you can't really outgrow the system for the simple fact of the only thing that you could do next level would be to set up a virtual environment and virtualize the system off of the current server that's there. So, which I wouldn't really see a need to do because it doesn't give you any growth. It just gives you some high resiliency from a failover perspective. But you got to think, we have dual servers in, so our failover would take, I think when we tested the city was down for 45 seconds before it failed over to the backup server. So your entire one side of your network can crash, everything's gonna fail, phones will reboot, 45 seconds later your backup will function. Now, we'd have to work with you guys on the back end from your Metro East side, working with AT&T or whoever's providing that, and help set that up from a structure standpoint. But I believe you're on AT&T Metro E now, so we've done that time and time again, so we can make sure that that infrastructure is set up as well, to make sure that your system does fail correctly, because we can do everything on our part, but if AT&T doesn't do their part, you will fail and it will not work. So we will test that.
So if we have a failure 11 o'clock at night, sheriff's department works 24 hours a day, it's gonna just automatically go to the backup server.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna notify y'all if we got a problem.
Yes.
Okay.
So from a growth perspective, the system now, we put 5,000 handsets on it. So I think Doug was just, trying to explain that you will not outgrow it today. Could you possibly? Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could continue to grow. But if anything, most people are gonna have less handsets.
The cost of these updates every year.
There is no cost.
Included.
For how long?
As long as you,
We did
as long as you want
three.
maintenance with us.
We did a 3-year term on
We
it.
did a 3-year term on it, but the RFQ requested a 1 year of maintenance cost.
A 3-year IPOS on that system, which is IP Office system software, that registers that system with a VIA, and it gives you a sold to number. Now, we'll manage that relationship, but if you want to call a VIA, you have a sold to as well. They give you your upgrades yearly. Usually they have 4 soft upgrades and 1 major, so that's included. I want to say cost on that to you was like $24.93 and some change for 3 years.
But it was included.
So $2,400, you get 3 years of total system coverage on your maintenance.
It's renewable past that.
And after that, we would renew it. And typically, maintenance does have increases. The normal increase, I would say, is like 5 to 6%, just depending on the product. But this product line is the newest product that's out, so I don't see in the first 10 years really having any increases.
But, your question was, what happens if we won't outgrow this, because the way they built this is a firmware update. You don't have to take the box out to replace it. It's, the box will do the firmware update. Somebody will come in and they'll sit in front of it, and for an hour, they'll download stuff into it, and once it's ready, they'll say, can we reboot? Or however you see fit, let's do it after 5.
The only thing I can foresee happening is obviously servers lifespan are 5 to 10 years. Now, I'm not gonna say that they don't go in offices and they have equipment that's been sitting there for 30 years functioning, like, is it cute? But Dell would probably say 5 to 10 years on the server. The software is still gonna be good, but I would say eventually you're gonna go virtual. Everybody's going that direction. So once you virtualize, then it's just migrating the licenses off of that Dell server onto your virtual platform. And Avaya gives you the backup license for the redundant virtual for free. There's no additional charge there. So we just order that license, put it on the redundant virtual, and move forward. So I would say you're making a 10 to 15 year investment here before you're going to purchase anything, unless you're adding phones and things of that nature.
I have a question. The RFP is pretty intense as far as the functionality they asked for. Do you have any exceptions built into that as far as functionality they asked for, or are you accepting that you can provide all that?
Well, the functionality of the RFQ is pretty standard for most phone companies. It's the smaller end ones that can't do this or can't do that because they're small. But for something of this size, generally most phone systems all do. It just got detailed out of what they wanted it to do. And we went through it and said, yeah, we're good. It's just one of those things where you can just go through it and say, it doesn't do that, yes. But for the most part, all of it that I saw in the RFQ said, yeah, we can do all of that. We didn't see anything in there, and even if there was something in there that I caught, there's a application that we can put on it to make it do that, and it didn't.
You mentioned the facts and you're going to do the ATA, which makes sense. Today's world.
Right. There are parts in there that say in the system, we have this module to run faxes, but there are certain locations that are sitting out that don't have a physical gateway that has a switch. We put an ATA in there that runs the faxes because there's a difference between doing data and that T38 ugly screen that comes off of a fax. Sometimes data doesn't like that, so we have to put that third-party little piece in there to make it accept that. And that's what that is for in some of these areas that we need to have to be. But for the most part, we have cards and modules in place to go right off of our gateway to run the faxes. It's just certain trailers or a small building here and there that need an ATA to make that fax go so that you don't lose the service.
So your response is that you're confident with what's asked of you?
Very.
Very? Second question, do you carry any CCIEs or anyone that will put on your direct staff that will be working directly on this project?
Carlos Corral, who works for us, is CCNP.
The CC is a Cisco certification.
Not saying
They are Avaya certified.
Right.
Across
I'm
the
saying,
board.
do you have anybody that equivalent CCIE?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. And you can present those resumes prior to the project starting?
100%.
Sure, that's not a problem.
Yeah, we have our own data network engineer, high-level experience guy, done huge projects, so very confident from that level. We're managing some large networks today for companies, building organizations. We manage the Mercedes-Benz Superdome, the New Orleans Arena, Emerald's restaurants, you name it, we do it all. So we are a company that has built our team structured around networking. Obviously, we know that's where everything's going. Telephone is networking today. We sold more IP office and networking gear than any other partner in the South region. That's stretching from Texas all the way over to Florida. So we're very familiar with it. All our certifications are up to date with Avaya as well as with Cisco. We're VMware partners, so we understand virtualization. So we're Microsoft partners, so we do Microsoft as well. So I'm very confident in manage the project.
One last thing, on the cable, we all know the courthouses are not here. Would you say that the approach to that is correct as far as the way to do that? Or if you had open book and do it a different way, not open book as far as money, but open, hey, would you make a different suggestion on how to do that?
Yes.
And how would that?
There's a couple of different ways that we could do it. However, we went through it with Mike, and the thing was space.
Yes.
We could put switches in and run from those switches, but we did not have the space to put racks or anything of that nature. And most of the space was down in the IT room, except for the one up on the third floor and maybe one on the second. So we're pulling from those three levels, but they're going to be connected back down to the main floor. We thought about it, we asked the questions, and we went with the suggestion of the county of how they wanted it done.
So we've been into the specs based on what Mike was asking for, but we're definitely gonna make suggestions when we come in to make some changes. There will not be change orders back to you guys. Labor's expensive. And if there's ways that we can come in and put some hardware in places to bring labor down and make it more efficient for you guys to manage and clean it up, my recommendation was to rip all that cable out that building and start from scratch. That's really what it needs. 100%, And it's definitely possible. So 100% is possible. So, we want to send our engineer in and let him look at the building and understand it. We did walkthroughs and took pictures and showed him, but we want to make sure we're not going to just go in there and throw a bunch of cable around, because our name sits on that and it can affect the network. And there's some things in there right now. You got cable running with electrical, and I can tell you once you migrate to all IP, this stuff is a lot more sensitive than what you have today, so it can cause issues. So like I said, we're going to run it up to BICSI standards. We're going to make our recommendations. We put a lot of hours in that building just to be, but I think what we can do is offset some of the hours with material and then put some IDFs in that building, run some fiber around it, and make things look a lot neater than what it does today. That's going to be our main goal.
That's not going to be something that comes back to you. We'll adjust how we're doing things inside of our scope, but of course it has to have your approval.
there's a lot that we can do with it, and to make it easier, make it nicer looking, but we will go through and clean up and say, hey, this shouldn't be this that way, let's move it, that kind of thing, that's built into that. So, we're not gonna come back with a change order unless you say, I want more phones, I want another switch, but what we have in here is we've planned it out to, this is what it's gonna take to do this job. And we're not gonna come back with a bunch of, we need more money.
One last question, great explanation on that, what we do, no, that was a great explanation, I appreciate you for the help on that. Outside the cabling and the power of the courthouse, what's the biggest challenge for you on this one?
I think some of the bigger challenges are working with, right now there's a circuit that's connecting, the extension office that's running on a certain amount of channels. I think that needs to be upgraded, back on the provider side. Depending on where you're gonna put your redundant server, I think that's a good location to put a redundant server, you know, but again, that connection back and forth would definitely have to be upgraded. So really, the biggest challenge for us, like I said, is going to be the cable infrastructure, the phone system side. I'm very confident the networking side. I think we'll have some hiccups in the networking, but I don't think it's anything that our engineers can't work around. You know, we want to segment the network and start building some VLANs, set some QoS on your infrastructure today. So we'll have our guys work with Mike and his team and make sure, you know, everything's set up correctly. But I think that the infrastructure, network infrastructure is always a challenge, right? Because you come into an environment that's been set up for I don't know how many years, there's been piecemeal parts put in, and then we're coming on the back end trying to throw in a whole new network and a phone system at the same time. So obviously we'll put the network in first, get the network stable, then put the phone system in. That's typically the way we do things. So
If we had to set up a temporary building somewhere for some more folks in the future, away from here, how hard would that be for you?
Internet.
yeah, just all you need is an internet connection. Avaya has now, I think, 4 different phones now, and the phones, some of the phones you already have are VPN capable. So depending on your routing mechanism on the back end, which I want to say you're using Cisco today, we can create VPN tunnels in that Cisco router to connect those phones in. You can bring those phones anywhere in the world, plug them into internet connection, and go.
It's a simple fact of this, if you have to redo, like the admin building has to go because they're renovating, and you want to put a trailer up over here, they simply pick their phones up. Once we have the IP scheme set up of what they had, and they bring their phones and plug them in, they pop right back up to what they were.
Okay. Yeah, we use a product called LLDP inside the network. So what we'll do is we'll LDAP the network, and we'll put, when they want to put a phone out, you can tell anybody, look, just plug that phone in the internet connection, it'll grab that VLAN, it'll find the call center automatically, it'll get its IP address, and fires up and goes. So they just log their extension in. And then if somebody switches seats within a building, or even within your network, like say somebody gets a promotion and they're moving offices, they don't need to take their phone, they just log that phone out, go to a new site, log that phone in and go.
What have you done recently with repairs?
City of Slidell, Coushatta Tribe in Elton, Retief Oil, which was over, how many states?
7 states.
Seven different states.
I mean, that sounds a lot bigger. I would like to talk to somebody, Paris Company.
Yeah, I think let you guys talk to the city of Slidell.
In the reference page, I think there was the city of Slidell in there.
That includes their court systems and everything.
Yes, we do the courthouse, the coroner's office, the public defender's office.
Recreation department, we did everything. The whole city is on our system.
How long?
We implemented that system in 2 days.
No, I mean, how long have they been?
They've been on the system now for about 6 months.
Okay.
So,
Coushatta Tribe has been on their system for about 3 months.
and it's the Coushatta Tribe, so it's very similar to the government entity, because they're running their own police department, health system, everything within that tribe. So they had their own council.
Elton, north of Jennings, off of 10.
It's right next to Lake Charles.
Right near Lake Charles. So Kinder is where the Coushatta Casino is, and the commission is over there. So they're separate buildings, and they gotta stay separate from the casino. And
Did you, first trip to Mississippi?
No,
You got some stuff
we have customers in Mississippi, definitely.
right.
We do more healthcare, Wilmington.
So technically the whole state of Louisiana, state of Mississippi is on Avaya. The state government is on Avaya.
We'll give you some local references too, you know, from response time. Obviously, that always becomes a concern. We put the system in, people think 45 minutes is too far, but I'll tell you, the last 2 years, we very seldom have to roll trucks. Everything is done on the system side now, so we have monitoring tools that are in the system that catch issues before they happen. So that's usually what we like to look for. You know, we want to be a proactive company, not a reactive company. That's been our main objective with our technicians. I've worked hand in hand with PMs, explaining to them that proactive is a lot easier than reactive. So that's kind of how we function. Our customers will tell you that. We do quarterly reviews. So we'll come in quarterly, we'll review the system, we'll review the network, we'll do some cleanup, do backups. We'll keep backups off-site on our side as well. So if something is to happen on your entire infrastructure, which it can happen, we have a backup to implement you back up and going. We stock everything on our shelves in our warehouse. So Avaya doesn't like us to have inventory. We do keep inventory though. I can't rely on the manufacturer. I love the manufacturer, they're great, but if your system goes down, the first thing you're gonna ask me is, why am I not up? So we stock it all in-house. We can bring in our warehouse and show you what we have. If there's a part that you have and you're a maintenance customer, there's one in my warehouse, 100%. We have special parts for
There's a sales inventory side and there's a maintenance inventory side that we do not pull from the maintenance inventory side for any sale. If whatever it is, we have enough stock in place because the IPOS is going to be overnight. If you have a problem with an overnight part, we pull it from our shelves, and once they overnight it, we just stick it back on our shelf. But we are here fixing the problem beforehand because we have that piece on the shelf. So everything that's in your arsenal that you have, we'll have parts for that on our shelf. And instead of overnight thing, we'll be here that day.
You guarantee you a 4 hour SLA.
Mandatory 4 hours on site.
Got any more questions?
Very good.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Lynn?
Guys, good morning. My name is Sandy Vernon. Are we ready? You start? Ready. My name is Sandy Vernon. I'm with Cook Corporation. Put together a little training PowerPoint here for you. Kind of run through this, kind of help you get some key points. Again, my name is Sandy Vernon. I'm CEO of Cook Corporation. I'm one of the founders of the company. My brother is also with me, Andy Vernon. He's the director of engineering for our southern operation. If you'll flip over on the next page, see, I've included some photos there. There's actually, sometimes when Andy and I do presentations, they think it's Turnage Brothers Incorporated. So I included some photos there to show that we got additional personnel. We got about 30-something people in the company. I know we've done some work for you guys, and I know we presented in front of the board at least one time. It was been a couple of years ago, so I guess kind of refresh me kind of who we are. So we're based in Jackson. We started our company in 2002. We're a systems integration and IT consulting company. And I've got about 570-something customers. I've got 24 engineers who work for me. I've got a total of 5 locations, again, based in Jackson, Birmingham, Nashville, Knoxville, and in Hattiesburg, of course. So just a little bit of it. We've been around a long time. If you flip over to the next page, you see I got a couple of customer snapshots up there. You'll probably recognize some of those names. Again, I got 570 customers. Got obviously I can put everybody on the list there. But Department of Human Services, I just want to point out a couple. The bankruptcy court of Alabama, the First Bank, Public Number Attorneys, Moore Hospital of Gulfport, Madison County, Marion County, and be glad to give you any kind of more references in that area that you need to see. The point there is that we've done a lot both on the commercial side as well as the county and local government side, even on the federal side as well. Actually, one of our references is one of the federal courts up there. So what do? We do anything associated with technology. We're a business technology service. I won't drag you through the whole list, but we do anything inside the data center. You know, it used to be you had phone vendors and you had data vendors. These days it's not the case. And because all of your phone system data are voice over IP and they run on the network, so it's kind of one consolidated vendor, if you will. So we've been doing phone systems. I think probably the first one we put in was probably Lower Snow back in 2003, 2004, somewhere along in there. And we actually migrated them off of legacy PBX and we kind of built the foundation, expanded their fusion system today. So the technology's been around a long time and we've been doing that for a long time. So guys, any questions on the company before I just kind of keep going? Y'all please ask me questions because if you don't, I talk faster and faster. And that may be a good thing if we try to get here quick, but I'm sure we'll make sure that we cover everything. So guys, on the program RFP, like the other gentleman mentioned that was a very comprehensive RFP. A lot of requirements, a lot of specifications that were in there. Obviously, it's two big projects in this. There's the phone system, which I know we spent a lot of time talking about so-called the phones, and also the network. Two very significant projects. So the RFP specifies Cisco systems or equivalent, and we have responded to a Cisco-based solution. Cisco is a fantastic vendor. I don't know how much y'all do with infrastructure or networking or anything like that, but they're kind of I won't say they're a very quality vendor, if you will. I equate it, I'm raised on the dairy farm, so I equate it to a John Deere tractor. I mean, in my mind, they're the best tractor on the market. And obviously, there's forwards of those ones that are out there that are good as well. So anyway, the point being is a very quality solution. Again, 50 some odd pages, I think 55 pages, and we went through the response, and I think we complied with everything in the response, except we had a few partial exceptions, and they're notated in our response. Have y'all seen our response, guys, by the way? Do y'all have a copy of those?
Not everybody had just 7 minutes and all with that.
Those things are so much fun. Everybody wants to read those, I'm sure. So our response was we had a business proposal and a technical proposal, like for the RFP. I think our business proposal was around 20 pages. I think our technical proposal was around 90-something pages. So they're pretty substantial documents. But we go through and we detail not only how we meet those requirements, not only if we meet the requirements, but how we meet those requirements. So if you have any problems sleeping, I recommend that you grab those things and read them, because it'll certainly put you to sleep. There's a lot of good information that are in there. Again, we want to proactively provide the information to make sure the county knew that we met those requirements. So again, a lot of information in that. I encourage you that you read them. So in the RFP, phone system capabilities, phone system redundancy, these are some of the specifications that were in there. Network switch capabilities, network performance. Again, it required 10 gig connectivity on the backbone, 1 gig for access, power Ethernet, stackable switches, a whole lot of technical type stuff there. But I do want to spend some time on the 10 gig before we get done, because it's a very important component. Training, installation, and project management. Again, the county wants to make sure that you get a quality system that is installed, and we want to make sure we put enough information in that you felt confident we would do that. I guess I'm over on page 6, if you will. So we're proposing a Cisco-based solution. So the solution that we're proposing is a Business Edition 6000. So Cisco's voice over IP infrastructure, the Cisco Unified Communications Manager. So it is not simply just a replacement phone device as far as an endpoint, but it actually, from the unified communication standpoint, it gives you the capability to also install applications on a PC, on your smartphone, and all of that license is included with the system that we're proposing for you today. And so you can be able to take advantage of that. The way this system, the foundation infrastructure is that we've got 2 physical servers that are on site. We actually included the virtualization option with our solution. So those 2 IPVXs are running virtual instances of all the services that you would need to provide the phone functionality to the endpoints. So again, basically we'll have redundant IPVXs both at the top of the office or one of the other offices that you choose. And then you'll also have redundant voicemail communications as well. And then some of the other services we can run redundantly if you would like. But there's a number of components in there. If you look over on page 6, you can see again the unified communications, the voice, video, the whole 9 yards. The Cisco Jabber component, which is an application that actually gets installed on a PC, or it's got actually an app to go on the endpoint, your smartphone device. We also anticipate using the messaging server as well as the paging servers included with that. And then, of course, you have the functionality as far as wired and wireless that's built into the system. We license the system for 250 phones/users. It can scale up to 2,500 phones with the hardware that you've got. You'd have to add some more licenses, of course, and not some additional phones. If you needed to, you could scale up to 30,000 endpoints. Key point there, you would probably never go back to 2,500. But the key point there is as much as you would need to grow, you don't have to worry about it. You can just simply add licenses, or worst case, way down the road, you could, if you scale past 2,500 users, then you could add some hardware in there as well. Any questions on the scalability, anything like that? Should give you about 40% growth or so along in there, so should give you plenty of growth capacity in the long term. Includes the Cisco Unity Connection voicemail server. Includes the Cisco phone paging server. So what that means is we have the capability to create zones with a phone without so you can have a zone maybe based on a certain department, and then an end user can dial that extension or that paging group number and basically page that set of phones. So you can have one for all the phones in the county if you want to. You can do it per building. You can do it in any number of ways if you want to. Again, just feature functionality that you can leverage as part of this new phone system. It includes the Jabber Instant Messaging Presence and CT application. So what that allows you to do is, with the Jabber application installed on the PC, I can actually look and see if Sally Sue is at a desk or she's away from her desk. Maybe she's away from her desk, maybe I want to call Billy Bob instead of calling Sally Sue. And if I'm on the phone and somebody needs to send me instead of having to wait for me to get on the phone and answer a question, somebody can actually send me a text message, instant message on the computer, and they can get a quick answer to you right on the move. And again, all that feature functionality is kind of baked into our solution. Includes auto-attended and attended console. So the auto-attended will be that functionality we were discussing earlier where a phone comes in, a phone call comes in, and the system answers the phone for you essentially, and it allows you to allow it to call it self-route if you want to take that route. I have some companies that they want to do that. They want to minimize the interaction with the human component. I have others that, they want a human person that can answer that phone. Our solution can do either or both. And you have the capability to do either or both, including with our solution. Easy to administer. I don't know how much time you guys spend in administering phone systems, but Cisco, whenever they came out with it, it's an IT-based approach to a phone system, and you log into a web interface and configure everything. So again, very easy to use. We have baked into our pricing complete administrative training with documentation. So we'll come in and we'll train your people on how to administer everything that they need to administer. These answer changes are very easy. Typically in an IP phone system, you can just unplug the phone and move it somewhere else and plug it in, and it remembers who it is. So it's not tied to the port, it's tied to the phone. But if you have a name change, or need to change a password, or need to reconfigure an extension number, anything like that, you log in the web interface and then you make that change. Yes, over on page 7, I wanted to point out the level of redundancy that we baked into our phone system. Obviously a phone system for a county, bringing up an entity is a very important technology. So you want to make sure it's up and it's available. So for the RP, we have specified 2 IPPBX servers. So again, we'll have one in Poplarville, one at the location that you choose. Each IPPBX has redundancy within itself. So it's not just that we have 2 of them. It's that each one of those devices have redundant power supplies, have redundant hard drives, and redundant network cards. So that gives you not only the ability for a component within the server to fail and that unit stay up and running, but if something tragic happens when the system board goes out and that IPPX server itself goes down, then the other will keep up. And again, all this is seamless. They stay in constant synchronization with one another, so you can lose one and then the music goes back over to the other. So again, 2 IPPX servers, 2 voicemail servers, make them the solution. Even one of them could fail, the other one could run. But what happens if both of them fail? So even if both of them fail, we enable functionality on our voice gateways. It's called remote survivability, which will allow those locations you know, to have incoming and outgoing phone calls, even if you lose both of your call handlers. So again, that's another level of redundancy. So you can maintain basic call functionality, even if face up all your PBXs go down, you can still maintain functionality at that location. So that's on the bottom of page 7, you can kind of see the phones that we've actually put in place here that we're proposing. Most of these are getting a 7841, which is a 4-button phone. The phone itself has a gigabit port on it, so actually when it plugs into the network switch, you have a gigabit connection, and you actually have another port you can plug the endpoint into. I do want to mention, and I'll cover this on the network upgrade side, but you have more devices on your network than just phones. You're going to need more ports than just those ports that you would need to just plug phones into. So I want to make sure that, I know in our response, we built in enough switches that we will cover all the endpoints for the county. In other words, once we get done, you'll have no need to have any of the existing older kind of hodgepodge switches that you have today. Everything will be included, and everything will have at least a 1 gig uplink port as part of the network infrastructure upgrade. Just want to make sure, again, I want to expand on that because and I don't know what the other proposals look like, but the switch count is very important because I think that if you've only put enough switch ports in your solution that just uplink the number of phones, then there's going to be other endpoints out there that you might continue to use those older switches, and that would be part of the network infrastructure upgrade. So again, our solution is 1 gigabit access for all the endpoints on the county, as well as 10 gig uplinks from the closet, if you will, back up to the pulpit. So 10 gig back home and 1 gig access. So guys, if you flip over, you can see the 7965. So we have the subsidy users have the nicer phones. So these are color display phones. They also have their 8 buttons. They also have some programmable soft keys on them. The side cards that you see there are optional. You don't have to have those. I have customers that they use them and other. I have customers that won't use them. So again, very feature rich, very nice phone, very high quality phone, and with great voice quality as well. The conference phone is we're proposing an 8831, and you can see it's a tabletop device. Very robust, very nice voice quality, very easy to use. Guys, I'm going to move into the network infrastructure, but any questions on the phone system so far? Anything to add?
No, the main thing, Gary, I know you guys heard phone. Keep in mind, you got 2 major projects going on, and these guys sit on that little bit of infrastructure. I mean, you guys have invested the money in the order of 100 meg connections between these buildings. All right, now, we can talk to Mike or where we were a year and a half ago. We're nowhere near 100 meg. So you're going to have ceasefire, you're going to have AT&T coming in here down the road upgrading those links. You're going to spend the amount of money now to make this happen. You need to make sure you're ahead of the curve. You need to make sure these switches that you're putting, your core switches, are capable of getting here. All right, that puts you ahead. So when those companies do come in here and upgrade their infrastructure, you're set there ready to go. And I know y'all invested a lot of money on that, but keep in mind it's two major components. You need redundancy on that infrastructure. You need redundant power supplies. You need a backplane stack. You need as much infrastructure and redundancy in that phone system as possible. And I think that's the key. That's why this RFQ was such a huge ordeal, is the amount of specifications were in there, is to go through and try to meet every one of those. And I advise y'all to go through there and take a look at it really too. But just keep in mind there's 2 major projects, along with the cable.
And also add the phone system upgrade. Let me talk about what we're not going to do. What we're not proposing is that we come in and just simply replace what you've got with your equipment. The new phone system that we're putting in has an order of magnitude more capability than what you're running today. It's an IP-based phone system. It's got all these unified communication capabilities. It's got all these feature functionality that you can put up. So what we are proposing, and again, it's baked into our response, is that we're going to come in and we're going to meet with all the key personnel in front of it. And we're going to understand what it is that they're doing and how they use the phone system, and make sure that we can configure that phone system, let them work most efficiently. The federal court in the Southern District is one of our customers. That's what we do with them. I mean, we didn't simply just go in and throw a phone on the desk and say, hey guys, now you make outbound calls and you can do some conferencing and that kind of stuff. Let's talk about call flow, and let's talk about how we can use that. And then we'll customize that, because what works for one department may not work for the other department. It may work, but it may not be optimal, if you will. So what we're proposing, and again, I think the RFU kind of, leads us into that. I think that's what the county's expecting, is that we're going to be with key personnel to make sure that, and when we put this system in here, it's going to have all the feature functionality that each individual department needs. So again, it's not about, at cut over time, we want to be very fast. On the front end, as we're planning the system and making sure it's got the feature functionality, it's not about half-assing it done. It's about how well can you get it done. And make sure that, again, and the phone system you're putting in, if you're using 2% of that feature functionality just to make it a little quicker, well, that's not what we're after. I mean, what we're after is when we come in and understand how the county can best utilize the phone system and make sure we configure it to those specifications.
And training is a huge part of that for the users, okay? I know everyone here, I remember flip phones, now I've got an iPhone, if you get a Tandem, get an iPhone, you say, here you go. Yeah, we can figure some things out. How long have you had the phone system you got now? 25 years? Roughly? How long have you had our phone system, current phone system? 17 years. 15, 17 years? All right, so as you can imagine, the technology just in cell phones have changed. You can imagine there's that much change in these home headsets and what this stuff can do. You gotta spend some time with your users, okay? But if they don't understand, they're gonna get aggravated with it, they're gonna get frustrated with it, and they're not gonna use it to the full potential. So, we've run into situations before, and you've got users, if we were replacing an IP phone system with an IP phone system, your training is not gonna have to be that in depth. But in a situation, we've had a phone system 15, 17 years, and it's been a traditional phone system, you're gonna need to spend time on the front end, bring those folks in, shut them down, show them how to use the phone, and make sure they walk out the door and they're comfortable with it.
I'd like to ask you the same thing, because in 15 or 17 years from now, I don't want to be sitting here doing this all over again. So how much are your upgrades, how much will it cost to maintain and to keep this phone system up to date for the next 15 years? Where 15 years from now, we're in as good a shape as we will be if we do this next year.
So there's maintenance included in our proposal, and I think it's broken down by a year, and I know that y'all can extrapolate that out if you want to. But I mean, the phone system we expect to last, and it will last as long as you want it to last. And you can continue to upgrade those components. So the maintenance kind of maintains, if you will. And so that is make sure you've got the latest version of the software, that make sure that you've got all the latest firmware for the phones, yada, yada, yada. Now, at some point, and again, I don't see that happening. Let me go back to the courts. So we put the courts in 2010, and we've done no significant upgrades we haven't had to from a feature functionality standpoint, for that. It's been running for about 6 years now, and absolutely no downtime in 6 years, and they wanted that same very high level of redundancy, I think, that the camera's looking for. And so the things that we've done there is just they maintain an annual agreement with us, and we go in, we do health checks on a monthly basis for them, and then we go through and we update the software, put the latest patches on it, that kind of stuff, and we just maintain it. At some point, I mean, Cisco, and I think any vendor, is going to reach a point where you need to upgrade to the next major version, if you will. And so I don't think that that's called software assurance, where you kind of got the upgrades back in. I don't think that's included, but I can verify that. So at some point, but again, I think it would probably be 7 or 8 years down the road, that you want to do a major upgrade, if you will, to the operating system that underlies everything.
And you would want to make sure with any phone system, because I think that's kind of what we got into, I've seen in the past, where you didn't follow any upgrade path, till you get to the point you look around, oh, it's broke, well, I can't replace it, nor can I upgrade it. And the length of any IT thing is when you couple with that vendor, the forecast, their vision of how much you can put in, and a lot of times that's budget constrained. But if you're able to say, okay, put this in to meet now, and oh, by the way, what do you forecast us needing? Okay, that's gonna lengthen the life. That's where I was telling you about the 10 gig backhaul. Okay, and that is the communication between your buildings on the 10 gig. Okay, it's capable of 10 gig. Now, right now we're at 100 meg because that's what we're paying for, because that's all AT&T can offer. But in 3 years, that's not going to be the case, because 3 years ago we were nowhere near 100 meg connection. So 3 years from now, we may be at a gig connection. You're still ahead of the curve. So the lifespan of this equipment is how far you can look out with your budget constraints and
how much of that you can go ahead and build in now, so you don't have to come in. Because on the network infrastructure, when you get that in, you don't want to fool with it. I mean, once you set it up and get it away, barring any equipment malfunction or something like that, you want to forecast as far as your budget will allow you to forecast. And I think that's why, you know, the RFQ had some really good specs in there to get you to the point where you're not revisiting the situation in any time trouble. You've got enough room to grow, not only on the phone system, but also on your infrastructure. Now, why infrastructure is so important? Everybody in this county has got a PC to do any kind of data transfer. You want that endpoint to be the slowest piece of equipment here because it's the easiest replacement. Okay? You want your infrastructure, the lines, the roads between all of them to be as fast and as direct as possible so that we can not only handle this, but if you throw a GIS server out there that suddenly folks are coming in trying to get maps or Poplarville needs to get maps on, that it can happen. So the forecast and the vision on it up front, and that's why I'm helping with vendors that have done it, kind of give you some guidance there, will get what you're looking for and get that.
Yeah, and if you equate again, the 10 backbone, kind of like, to me, I equate that to the interstate. You know, so you come off the interstate, you're going to 2-lane radio from somewhere. But when you're on the interstate, I mean, you don't have multiple lanes, you don't have plenty of bandwidth, if you will, and you get down the highway. So if the interstate's just a 2-lane road, well, you know, that's not going to be much good. I think you're going to be traffic family if you get it, because it's useless for everybody. So I think that the county was wise to build that into the requirements of the RFP, is to make sure that you got a 10 gig backbone as you move forward. Because we don't install networks today that doesn't have 10 gig on the backbone. It's just unusual. You know, 5 years ago, maybe not, but today, everything we're putting in is got 10 gig on the backbone. And usually do 10 gig in the servers as well, as far as the application servers inside the network. I do also want to mention, we baked in a monitoring server, so we have a server that we've included as part of our pricing that will stay on site, and we're not going to be dependent on the county that has to give us any kind of a virtual server or a physical server to load our software on to do any kind of monitoring. So we also make that into our solution. Just want to point that out. So guys, moving on to the network upgrade. Again, I won't drag you through all these model numbers and everything. Just be ready that we've got a core set of switches, which are Cisco 3650s. Again, they're stackable, and basically all that means that you can take a group of individual switches and connect them together with a special cable, and they basically become one big switch. So you can manage it with one switch. So it allows you to easily add to that solution and down the road, and it still manages in one big switch. So a lot of, again, we talk about backbone. There's also a stacking component. It's like 160 gig on the backside. It's a system that you won't have to grow from before. So again, we put in very nice switches here, and we put in everything the market requires to make sure that the county's in a good position to move forward down the road without having to upgrade. I mean, if you did 1 gig switches today, you're going to have to replace those in the near future. Because again, you're going to be bottlenecked because you don't have that backbone capability. I do want to mention too is, I mean, we included 24/7x4 support on not everything, but the core components, the really important components. And basically what that means is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can get a replacement part here in 4 hours. And we've had super good luck from a Cisco standpoint about replacing parts, and we tried that time and time again with our customers. And when we have a customer fail, the manufacturer will get a part there within 4 hours. And we haven't had a need to maintain stock ourselves, and we do have some things there, but on the phone system, you know, we got a lot of redundancy baked into it. Our vendors are very reliable as far as getting the replacement parts there. We just didn't have that issue. And I'd encourage you, I'm sure y'all check our references that we've listed inside the RFP. And so please ask them about that. I mean, again, the court system, which is, you know, very high profile, you don't get much high profile in the federal judges, and they've had not absolutely down. As I flip over so the 3650s on the core, we've got the 2960 XRs, again, stackable switches, 10 gig backbones, you know, not quite as capable as the 3650s, but still very, very capable switches. And again, the Cisco switches with the Cisco phone system, you know, everything's going to work well together. Yes, I'll be glad to go in depth on that. I wasn't sure, I didn't want to get too deep technically on that, but if there were questions on that, I'll kind of flip over to our references. Again,
I didn't put all references in here, and we've got, not even the ones in the RP, and we've got more people that you can call us if you need more than what I talked about today, or I've got the RP, please let me know. But one of our flagship references is the U.S. Courts Southern District, and in the private school courts, that's district, bankruptcy, appeals, and probation. 400 phones, y'all probably seen the Nashi phone, the Nashi Federal Courthouse in Jackson. So whenever they built that courthouse, we put a new phone system in there. We integrated with all the video conferencing equipment. Very, very stringent requirements on that one as well, as far as response time, redundancy, training, and all that kind of good stuff. And so, again, I would encourage you to reach out to those guys, and I think they'll give us a fantastic reference. The requirements for them was they wanted something that was highly available, they wanted something that was very redundant, they wanted something that was very stable, they didn't want to go back our girl again. They wanted to last a long time. They wanted very easy administration, so again, that's where that web interface and the capability really comes into play. High quality phones with advanced features, advanced voicemail, scheduling, anti-conference bridging, overhead speakers, voice recording with fax other integration, integration with video conferencing and courtroom. Very similar to what the county's looking for. I think the biggest thing that jumps off the page there is I don't think you have needed divorce reporting. They wanted to have the probation officers, whereas, they wanted to be 28 minutes into a 30-minute phone call, and they wanted to press a button and have it do like Kivo, and they went back up and hit it at the very front and had the whole phone call recorded. And so we built that capability into their solution. Again, that was something specific to them. So again, very similar solution to what we put in for you today is Cisco Unified Communications Manager, Cisco Unified Voicemail. Again, you're just getting the latest version of what they got in the V6000 bundle. Redundant Call Manager, PBX, and redundant voicemail server. Again, just like the y'all got, redundant voice gateway, just like you got redundant local area network. Again, if that network's not up, if you don't have redundancy at the network level, then you can get the phone system up. Because the network's down, the phone system's down by default. Redundant communication PRIs, and again, the same thing you got here. And in their case, we had a Cicero call recording appliance, which there was no need for here because we can't do a few of those calls. So next one over, if you flip over, so I think we did the federal courts in 2010, and we maintained a support agreement with those guys ever since. And probably the more recent one, about the same size as you guys, Tropical Health Center. And that was a very comprehensive project. That's on page 13, guys. That's where I'm at. And again, highly available, easy administration, high quality phones, all the things that you're looking for, including a network upgrade as well. So we put new network in there, new phone system in there, went very, very well. We did some little things for them as well. I think that total project was somewhere in the neighborhood of $790,000, and about half that I think was phones and infrastructure. But they all run into V6000, similar to what we're doing with you guys. So again, they take a very good look at it, and I'd be glad to please give them a call and talk to them about it. So that's kind of a high level overview. I know I'm probably pretty things that right, so I apologize for that. But please ask me some questions. It's a hard question to ask any. Any concerns about a proposal?
What about the same question that you were asking about our IT people back there? That was, would you do something different in the old courthouse? And if so, what would you think would be better than what's been proposed to be done?
I think we've got a state-of-the-art system that we proposed to you. I think that I have no idea what the dollars are like from a budget standpoint. If the dollars are higher than what you expected, we certainly can work with you to kind of, and I think I mentioned that in the cover letter to our response. So if our proposal, if you feel like our proposal is, hey, we like the Cisco solution, obviously you want a Cisco solution because that's what y'all specified in the RFQ. Then, but the dollars came back a little higher than expected, and let's have to kind of work through that and come up with, see what makes sense for the county and for us and see where we can reduce some costs at. And we did put the advanced paging license in, and we had to kind of, there's some things that you asked for that we could have done a couple different ways. And so, I guess, I don't know that there's anything in our proposal that really strikes me as I'm really concerned about that. I think it's a very high quality proposal. I think we got a lot of redundancy baked into it. If we asked for proposal without redundancy or without redundant components in there, I'd be more concerned about that. But I feel good about what we got in front of you. I think my only concern is I know it's a lot of money. And, if there's any concerns about that, then we'll sit down and kind of work through something and come up with something that works best for the county and works for us as well. From a cabling standpoint in the courthouse, I mean, it's pretty similar. You've got one, I think it's on second, third floor, you got some racks. I mean, everything's running down to the basement. And it's a store building, and you've already heard, basically cables. There are some things a little bit different we could do there. And
cable up from a cable standpoint, which would in turn make things a lot smoother and, distribute some of your switches out from all coming down to a third. I mean, for the basement, you could actually put, possibly some racks and switches on some of those floors that would shorten the cable rooms, make it a lot cleaner. But there again, with it being a small building, you gotta be real careful what you do and how much you do there. But there's some things cable wise that definitely, from infrastructure wise, every switch you got in this county is getting replaced in that room there. Every single one of them, and probably a spare switch per core location. Now, too, the other thing we've done a little bit different on stacking is, I say different on stacking. If you lose a switch in that stack, say a system board goes out in that switch, the stack's still up. So basically, we move the cables out. So we allow for more growth there by adding extra switches in there on the front end to compensate for anything that may come up down the road.
One thing I failed to mention on the redundancy standpoint is the RFP specified that y'all wanted some racks included, some nice cabinet racks. I mean, these are not the little two-post ones that you see in some of the telecom rooms. I mean, these are nice. I think it even mentioned APC, which is a very high quality rack. So we included the racks in there as well as the UPS with sufficient capacity to give you 30 minutes of runtime on all the core switches as well as the phone system itself. And so, as long as you didn't have more than a 30-minute outage on your power, then that obviously would be in good shape there. So just want to make it, again, we want to make sure that we point out the things that are in our response, make sure all the response happening in there. Again, team did make sure that everybody else got enough switches in there for everything, not just the phones, and make sure the racks and the UPSs and all that kind of stuff were in there.
Sandy, real quick question. You answered 3 or 4 of them on the ask me. You mentioned the 37 employees. Just curious from a staffing perspective, how many CCIEs on your staff?
I don't have a CCIE on staff. Now, it's not necessary to have a CCIE on staff to resell Cisco phone system.
I understand. I'm just asking.
So CCIE is kind of, obviously, it's a great certification.
Right.
And so I've got multiple CCNDs, I got CCNDs all the way up, but I do have a partnership, and in the response, I think there's iConvergent suspension, so he actually is a CCIE as well.
Okay.
And so that actually is, I have access to under this, I guess is my point of that. So if there's something that, if the county wants someone who has a CCI certification to certify everything and validate, then he is part of my response and he can provide that functionality. But again, I've got guys who pass the written and, perfectly capable, have very high level Cisco certifications, just not the CCI.
Thank you. I was curious.
Anything else?
On your company, as far as the cable infrastructure goes, do you guys do the cabling or do you guys sub it out?
We sub it out. Yeah, but the vendor that we used is a NetLink. I'm sure you guys probably know NetLink, and they've actually been up here and kind of walked through and did all that kind of good stuff. Here, anything else, guys?
What was your?
But I completely stand behind everything NetLink does.
And the last thing, I guess, to be fair. So, what's your biggest concern? Can you look at this whole thing? What's the one thing you or Andy, when Andy walked in, he saw it. What's the thing that concerns you most?
I don't know that as far as the biggest concern, I think that we've got the right people. We've done this before. And so I don't really have a concern. Concern's not overstated. I think that,
what area you think is going to be the biggest challenge for you?
It's usually from the user standpoint. Technically, I don't have a lot of concerns. We've had the best results, and I'm going to step over so I maybe talk to both of you at the same time. We have the best results, again, whenever we proactively go in and we meet the end users. We're not here to throw something in and walk out the door with no keys. What we're here to do is go in, meet with your key people, understand what feature functionality they need, and configure the system to deliver that functionality. And then, when it comes to rollout time, again, we can have the best configuration in the world. If we don't train those users to make sure they know how to use those phone systems that are capable and not, we bring 10 or 12 people at a time, it takes about an hour, and we have someone who is trained over and over and over and over again, goes the system backwards and forwards, and just let them come in and we train them on how to use this new phone system, how to best use this new phone system. So when they walk out of there, they can walk back to their desk and they can do anything that they want to do. And we have a little cheat sheet they take back with them just in case they forget anything. And then have people floating around, of course, as we do the cutover. I think that, again, people don't like change.
Right.
and especially in the county environment sometimes, people don't like change. And so, yeah, we try to go the extra mile, if you will, and kind of do that high touch, and from a training and implementation standpoint.
Existing infrastructure, existing cabling is one thing that we need to, I'm sure we're gonna run across some things. You know, I think Mike had pulled in some things, and everything they have pulled in, I'm sure it's fine, but there's some that cabling that we were pre-existing within.
Right.
That, you know, the extension office, how we kind of connect there, which, we'll be able to utilize that connection. But I believe there may be something down the road we change to make that a little bit smoother. I think we have the Cajun thing, the water department, you know, they're kind of standing on entity, we can make a connection back, but we can work like we're wrong with that. Sheriff's office, since we're not really touching the dispatch, and 911, that is a huge plus. The rest of it, as far as getting the VLANs built out, make sure that, you know, the department service is there, and also the department service is on the metro connections between the buildings. So that's something that's a little bit out of our control, is just make sure all that's there, and make sure that works.
Tim, you said earlier, Andy, that you're planning on replacing every single switch that's on the existing network. Did I misinterpret that?
So we have enough ports though, so that every endpoint will have to be plugged into a new system switch.
And your approach? Exactly.
Yeah, please guys, go back and, I know that the number of endpoints exceeds the number of phones.
So I just got a question. So from,
I didn't get to ask you all.
I was going to say the same thing. Okay. Well, I'm good.
Yeah, I'd ask you to validate that.
Yeah.
And make sure that, because I know how many switches we got in there. And I know it's significantly more than what we need if we would just put the phones on. I know we've got 10 gig in it. And so again, I know I got a very high quality solution with everything the county asked for. I believe that's the case. If I miss something, that's my fault, because we rightly put it in there. And, but again, we've done this before, very large environments with great results. And I'd ask you to check our references and all our references we've had more specifically. I think that would be, you know, you guys know where they are. You may know somebody there. And I know there's other references in our response as well.
The other thing we went ahead and added, which has added an additional cost, but I think we should have been in there, is those 10 gig connections, take the little 10 gig GBICs, and they slide in those slots on those switches. I don't have just one in that stack. So you would be amazed at how much 10 gig costs. Okay, there's a reason it costs that much. You know, that's the absolute fastest and best you can get right now. We went ahead and proactively added, you know, those little 10 gig GBICs in every one of those switches, so if something does happen, you know, all we do is pull out or build a redundancy, go ahead and have it plugged in and have it in failover mode. A couple different ways to do that. Now, I'm gonna tell you something, on these RFQs, they want you you come in and you bid the exact bare minimum of what it asks, or you come in and you build what you know it needs. Now, that's a gamble, because that's gonna throw your price up. But when you guys implement this solution, you may not remember Gilliam. You're probably gonna remember Andy. You're probably Sandy, these guys, y'all get, you know, so
Everybody remembers Billy.
my name's on that, and I'm fine with my name being on it. It's gonna be what's in the RFQ plus something, and that was a gamble on our part, I'll be honest with you. But I feel like it needs to be in there.
One project I've been working on, and it's kind of been a struggle, is trying to share records between police departments and warrants with the city of Picayune. I understand the city of Picayune's got a new voice over IP phone system as well. In the near future, next year or two, and Kerry, I don't know who's studying what, and I didn't get a chance to read the RFQ, but it sounds to me like there might be a gateway possibility that we could share information through court records in the future with these two systems. Does anybody know the answer to that?
I've attempted to get Picayune on board with us for years.
I've gone down there personally several times and talked to whoever was in charge for years. Offered them to be able to look up our warrants on our system, and then the opportunity for us to look up warrants on their system. It's never happened.
Well,
And it's only been on the Picayune side. It's not on our side.
But is it, technology-wise, is it possible?
well, you're talking two different things here. I mean, there's talking about infrastructure and phone, and what you're talking about is
That's right, that's right.
totally different.
Yeah, it's totally different.
It's not part of the network?
Not the same.
You can't share data?
It would probably be
Well,
something that would touch the edges
you're-
of
you're
the
using-
program.
Yeah.
Are you talking about
APHIS?
firewall VPN, something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you talking about APHIS and NCIC?
Yeah.
No, that's different.
It's-
You need a data connection.
This is not related to that.
You need a data connection to the Picayune to be able to share information. So I think there's two levels to that. I think one is established network activity through some mechanism. I will lean towards the sites that VPN with parameters. I mean, there's a lot more information we need to know. It's just a random statement inside of a meeting, obviously. And then the application level, understand what the applications are and how to share their information.
Guys, think about it. It's irrelevant, but the backbone here is will be part of that, but application specific has nothing to do with, I hate that, but it's not integrated with this. I can real quick,
I was hoping to hear, yeah, that'd be, it's no problem. God,
it's IT, it's complicated, dude, trust me.
Yes,
I got one last thing for you. I said that earlier, and I apologize, maybe think of something. So timeline, I mean, we didn't get this from other guys. I know you said 2 days for this phone part, but I'd like to go back, and we'd like to do in court, go back and call another witness, but I'd like to know just from what you see today, I'll ask you and then ask them to respond if you don't mind. Is it okay to do that or say anything? Adrian says good. So, yeah, flipping the switch and all is one thing, but I'm talking about start from when you start planning.
from the time we get a PO till we get done.
Thank you, timeline.
I think that it really kind of comes down to how Harris County wants to be. My knee-jerk reaction is probably 60 days.
Okay.
And somewhere along in there. And it's 60 to 90 days, somewhere along in there. From the time we get a PO, order the gear, have it come in, we stage the gear, come on site. I mean, I won't go through all the steps.
Yeah, but all the staging, that's the thing, everybody has to understand. They're gonna be doing so much, when they say that 2 days, make sure that y'all understand that. That's 2 days when they come on site to flip you over. That's not, I mean, they're gonna be staging, so all the work's done off site, really.
Yeah, so to initiate the process, we get a PO number, and we get a PO number.
Y'all want to say about 60 days turnaround. That's what I figured. Okay.
The training part is another thing that normally pushes us over on RFQs, and we have to be careful of. You got the option of, okay, because that's hard to put in there. All right, but in this environment, you've got a mixture of folks, and some that's dealt with different technologies, some not. So, to the board, the training is, to me, just as important as the infrastructure part, because you're going to have folks that see when you invested a tremendous amount of money in here on this system, and if they don't understand it, and they go home, or they go outside of here and go, "Man, I wish I had my old policies." That is not the result we want. So really putting a lot of emphasis on getting these users trained and answering those questions and sitting down with them and making them where they need to be is a huge part of this.
I think that's where the 60 days comes into play, right? Because our typical process, we want to do all that on the front end before we come in and put the system in. And then, like I said, we always use that business to keep tabs at each individual location, just to make sure that from a training perspective, they understand what they're using. You know, obviously, the more we can train your people, the more self-sufficient they are, the less calls we have to take. And that's our end result, right? We want you to call us if you need us. You know, we'll be there to support you, but we don't want you calling us every day because they did a bad job on the training aspect. So I think 60 days is a good timeline. Obviously we want to complete the project as fast as we can because we don't get paid until we complete the project, right? So we always do a deliberate acceptance form from our company. We're not going to bill you, we're going to sit on this job and you're going to pay us when we're complete and you're happy with it. So, obviously we want to get it done in a faster timeline, 60 days. A lot of times what holds us up is the client, gathering information from that client and not giving us the access to get it out, right? So for us, we could turn the system around in 4 days if we had to, right? That wouldn't be a good process and it'd probably fail miserably. So we'll pre-plan, and then that way we can execute. It's 2 days, in and out. I mean, when we finished at the shop, they were like, we're expecting y'all to be here a week. Well, they told Doug, the IT director said, there's no way you're finishing this in 2 days. And it was done, ahead of that, they went and had lunch.
You just
So-
said it was work for you.
Right, we do everything is done. And we've installed, we are a phone company that adapted into network. We're not a network company that adapted into phone. We've been doing phones since the very beginning, since 2007. So we know phone inside and out. We know networking and brought networking people on so we could help understand, because we used to have to sub that portion out. And it was an issue because I'm relying on other companies. We're 100% in-house and manage the projects ourselves, from the cable to the phone to the network, all the way through.
So we'll spend as much time as we do on the front end, we'll spend as much time in the back. And we'll do everything that we can to minimize the impact on the end user. We'll make sure y'all get experience, we'll make sure it's successful.
Tax assessment, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The best training for my people would be, usually somebody comes by there and spends an hour or two the day we turn the phones on, and that's good, we need that. But after that, let us use it for a week, come back and sit down and ask us where our problems are, and then maybe another time, 10 days, 2 weeks after that.
So we'll proactively train your users on the front end.
Yeah.
We'll also be there cut over.
Our people will be working their regular job,
Yes, sir.
while you're training them, and so they don't even know what questions to ask until they get to
Yeah,
use
on the
it.
outside, yes, usually you would bring them into kind of a small classroom setting on the front end. And we'll train them how to use the phone system. There, when during the cutover time, we'll of course have somebody on site there just in case there's an issue. And then we also do recurring classes after that, anybody might need. If anybody wants to come through and sit through it again, it may, in the RFP, there were some specifications about how, you couldn't do the training and then wait several weeks to do the cutover. The training had to be done within a certain period of the cutover. So, we're gonna make sure that we coordinate our training such that it's close to the cutover time, so your user will retain that and be able to use that.
Yeah,
And in some
and one
cases-
thing I'd like some more after the code.
And be glad to do that. We've got that in there, so again, it's what I would call a high touch. If we don't do high touch in the counties, then usually it doesn't go well. Same thing in the court system, it's just, we have bad results. And so we certainly would do that. And if there's something specific requirement that we need to do, no questions asked.
All right, guys.
Guys, thank you for your time today.
Thank y'all.
Again, I encourage y'all to go through those big responses we put together. It's
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Yeah, this is the real and personal roles. I guess, you're part of it. I just need you to accept the role from me, and then y'all will equalize it. And at some point, this will advertise and start having the public look at it in August. I bought cards, it's the blank cards to mail to everybody and tell them what their appraisal was last year, what it was this year. Not something I got in the budget. It's gonna cost between $3,500 and $4,900. The estimate from the post office to mail those out. I would really like to mail them, but if we don't, we're gonna mail out tax bills in January. Then we'll have everybody coming down here wanting to know, why their assessment went up. And if we go ahead and mail them out now, we can, have the appraisers meet with them and explain the difference in last year and this year. It's not something we had an option to do.
I think according to the
same number we had last year, we got about a 9% overall increase in the total roll. You know, real, auto, mobile homes, public utilities, personal property.
You say you used the same prices?
For public utilities, the state appraises those, and they send us some numbers there. We haven't got them yet, so we just plugged in the same numbers we had last year. Use the same numbers we had last year, it's about a 9% increase overall.
That's the same appraisals as last year.
Yeah.
I agree with Hudson too, I think it's a good idea to go ahead and nail the thing out and get people, that way I'll tell you how time to get this money to them.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I'd like to do. We've got the sand plant in here. Go back and see what the number is. The sand plant is a big thing, it's around, you know, $18–19 billion. They had a foreclosure that changed hands, and they had somebody assessed them for the court at about $7 million. We don't take foreclosure appraisals, but, you know, we did have to go in there and make some adjustments because the way it is a shutdown part of their equipment. Just talking about the personal property side. And they also applied for an exemption. And I got the letter asking for the exemption, but then they called John Lewis and said that they're not going to pursue that. So I don't know if they're going to pursue the exemption or not pursue the exemption.
I had mentioned the board time before last about that letter that you received. You were not available that day, you weren't here, and I mentioned it to them, and it was an initial reaction to that really didn't justify me getting back in touch with you, so I think that probably made a good decision if it was wrong.
Otherwise, I don't know, we didn't vote on the consensus of it, pursue giving an exemption.
They had advised the board early on when they first started that they weren't interested in anything like that. I think
They just pounded it 2 or 3 times, we don't want that, it's invalid. Just need to pursue it.
We're holding the letter saying they want one, and got a phone call saying they did. That's where we're at. But they did file the letter about the deadline, so, you know, we'll be back to the take the next step, we'll let you know.
What do we need to do about this, sending these cards out? Do we need to be in the budget to do that, or you say you don't have that?
I don't have it in the budget.
How we handle it,
We just need to send a call down to it in the budget when we get it here.
that's a lot of work, to put all that information together, so
Just on the real property roll, the numbers we have compared to last year's 12% increase. There's gonna be there's increases in there. And, that would be very few people, I can tell you the history, I know we're gonna advertise and put it in the paper, but there'll very few people that actually come up here and look at what value it is, and then when they get that tax bill, it's gonna appear.
Yeah, that's what we worry about, I don't care what their system is.
Right, okay. Everyone's the bottom line. Russell?
With the new appraisals going up, new buildings going up, stuff like this, what's this, using those figures, what will 1 mil generate approximately?
It was collected,
Okay.
but that's basing off, say collected in 100%. That's not what we usually have. I think we right now with 353 million, which is net assessed value.
And hopefully public utilities went up some.
Right. We don't have that
new number yet.
So do I understand this correctly, that you're gonna send a notice out informing residents that their taxes are gonna go up?
We'll send them to tell them what their assessment was for last year and what their assessment will be this year.
That's it?
We don't have a tax levy set right now, so we couldn't tell you what your tax is.
And I guess my next question would be, are we in a situation financially that we need to increase taxes? Because it appears to me they're doing a pretty good job with balancing the budget and paying our bills. Does that sound fairly accurate, Adrian?
Go ahead.
Do we need to raise taxes, or are we doing okay financially balancing our budget from year to year?
We're required by law to balance our budget every year, we always have. There's
I
always.
applaud you for that.
Huh?
I applaud you for that.
There's, there's always departments gonna say they need more money. Those are supposed to be coming in, I think July the 20th is when they're supposed to return back in. We got this Friday completed, so I'll start digging into the revenue and look at what we have and
I guess the
we got a
question,
long process to go before we decide whether or not we're gonna fool with the millage rate or anything, but we got a lot of stuff to look at as we start getting into the budget process over the next 45.
I guess the question would be, if the set millage rate we have now, this assessment Gary's turning in, it's gonna look like, I mean, it's gonna be raised, right? Basically.
It will generate more money, yes.
Yeah, generate 9%.
That's without the consideration of how many people actually pay taxes versus the people who don't, like the older, elder, y'all putting a pretty heavy load on the people who do pay taxes.
And I guess I want to reiterate, like I said a couple of weeks back, is that supervisors are the only authority that can raise taxes, and you don't have the ability to lower as well as raise.
Right, or either equal out the millage rate
Correct.
due to the assessment he's bringing back to us.
And Gary and I are friends, but we disagree on that. I talked to people in Jackson, and they said that manual is discretionary, it's optional. He said it's mandatory. But that's human nature. We'll agree and disagree on everything.
If you give me a name and phone number, I'd love to talk to you, sit down.
I'll call you and let you know. His name is Mr. John Long. He's
All right, here's what we're gonna do, before we get any further, we've got to make a motion, to adopt the road, the land road.
Personal land road and personal property road.
Okay. Can I get a motion to do that?
Motion.
All in favor? Okay, I need to sign this one.
Gary, could you put a little cheat sheet and tell people how to read these things? Because it gets to be confusing when you start looking at, you look at one book, and you don't realize that that's a double page there. You got names and numbers on one side, and you got names and numbers on the other side.
You know how to use it.
And then when you get over here, you start seeing all kind of different columns, and you're not sure what this number means and that number means. You know, it's hard to figure out. I mean, you do this stuff all the time, but the rest of us don't. So we don't know what those codes and stuff mean. And if I go on the internet, I look up, a piece of property, and I start looking at this and that, and how it's rated, and this number and that number, and whatever. You need cheat sheets to know what we're looking at.
I guess we might look at it, just like that.
Okay.
Just make an example, leave it up here. Here, you got anything else?
Did y'all see how it worked? Out index, alphabetically, it's got your name, the parcel number, and the page number, and each one of these books tells you which page is in that book. So you just take this index and look it up, and find what page. That's all I got. Anything? All right, thank you.
Give it a shot.
Got a couple things from the strictly here, one will cover us and Warren County. We've already hired Anita Summerall, that's been here, they're gonna add a second person, and then Jeff Gateway, but Jeff not under the grant. The grant is always provided for one individual, but this time we're able to get two. Moving forward. Who brought this up again? We filed for it back in January. It starts July 1. You know, this comes to us from the state on June 30th that we're getting the grant.
Okay.
So
Somebody approached me about this, and they had some real concern, but I swear I didn't understand it then. And I still really, and they were still concerned about people were paying, really not doing, I don't know what it was, it wasn't doing work for us. Maybe it was in the public defender forum, is that what these people are doing?
Well, these are actually, I think that's a different situation. Hudson, we do provide some folks in the county court. This is actually the victims assistance coordinator that deal with all of it, the victims and the crime.
They're constantly running around everywhere, dealing with victims and stuff, and helping them get through the legal system and whatnot.
If you have any doubt about it, you need to go check out and see what the criminal system's dealing with. I mean, probably you're in a better position to tell us what's going on there with that than anybody else, but people who are victims of crime don't have much they can rely on to actually help. A lot of these people are people who are not, who really need help in the first place. You know, they don't have the resources to react to what effect the crime has had upon them.
If I can speak on it, they do a good job, like when we have victims of crime, they do a good job communicating with them all the way through that their case goes to court, you know. No matter what the circumstances may be, it could be a home burglary, they contact them, or it could be a child molestation case or anything. They do a good job communicating with them and letting them know they're there to support them. And the deal we had with the Williams guy that just got convicted and sentenced, you know, Anita spent a lot of time with that young girl because she was really struggling with that, and I thought Anita did a real good job handling her and taking care of that. I think she was 17 or 14 when it started maybe, and she was around 17 or 18 now.
Sheriff, if they weren't there, would your job be much harder?
Yes, sir.
Would you be having to deal with a lot of this with your personnel?
Yes, sir. Somebody needs to do it, so we would have to.
We've had the grant.
I just had somebody ask me a question, I didn't understand.
We've had this grant for about 17, 18 years now, but
Yeah, it's different, Mr. Hudson, from the public defender's office. This girl works strictly for the DA's office.
I'll make a motion to approve the sign for it, whatever it needs to be.
what we need to do is approve a motion for personnel change in both the grant and for their travel. We don't have the grant paperwork we've been sent.
I signed off on the grant.
The application was signed off a long time ago, and they sent us a notice of intent. And because they were switching agencies, they have to get the paperwork on the SS. We just need to approve for them to hire one and for their travel right now.
I made a motion.
Now, second.
All in favor? I dealt with this when we lost Jay, and, there were so much help,
so much of things we didn't know we had access to. Well, we didn't ever know, even when coming forward. So, I applaud them. They did a great job with us.
One other thing I got is working on the buyout program, and I talked to Mr. Joe, and, we've been having him jammed up packed. We need to get an attorney to make this title work for all these properties. And, he had talked to the young guy, Vicky, the other day to do it, and I'd like to get us to, let us get him on board when we get this done.
I highly recommend his name's Bill Cruz, and, he has time available now to do it. And everything we got going on, we just don't have time to do it. I think he'll do a good job. He's willing to do it.
That's all of it.
That motion, we pursue, I get a motion to, get, under engagement, Attorney Bill Cruz, and Kicking to do some, help aid them with buyout program. Motion. All in favor?
Yeah, we got a department head meeting at 1 o'clock anyway. Like we said.
But, we still got more yet to do.
Where do we stand on the independent report?
I think we're gonna talk about that after lunch.
Why? I can't say it right now.
We can,
Say it, speak, never hold your peace. Let's hear it.
I'm gonna make a motion to recess for lunch.
Second.
All in favor?
One more question, real quick. When are y'all planning on making the city side phone? The bid?
We're gonna have a department head meeting at 1 o'clock, we'll probably talk about the phone system as well. We leave it to them to figure it out, we just have to put that.
Did have something I want to bring up. Long trail. Regulation. Where are we at? Regulation. If y'all, in your workshop today, if y'all will answer about a half dozen questions, we do get that in final form. I was gonna send three things that I resolved today when y'all finish with this. We need to take a quick look at that, we need to take a quick look at the other thing, and we need to take a quick look at the personnel policy. I've sent that, I mailed it out to y'all on the internet, and I assume y'all got it and looked at it, so if y'all, if you feel like today, we can, I'll get message, bring those three files, we can knock a couple of those out tonight. Get through it.
All right, we all know that let's get those. I don't know what we can talk about other than phones, which is what we talked about most of the morning, in our department head meeting today, but, Carrie, what's your opinion on what we looked at today with it? I know one company is a lot cheaper than the other, but as far as specs and being compatible.
They're still going through it, and I
Yeah.
think Carrie talked, and with that last week, we got everything. He's going to submit after today, and I asked him to be here today to listen to everything both sides said. They're going to submit some direct questions for us to submit to them, both sides to answer. And hopefully by next Monday, they're going to have us a written recommendation on, which way to go. One, part of the thing today is having local up here, it's going to be a sizable investment. It needs to make it anyway, one way or the other. And I wanted to vote here that's, to let us know what they've done, what they, so they, it's just not submitted a bid, whatever, they had to come here and work.
What was the two proposals? Remember trying?
Cisco's over 500, and the other one's about 260, 230.
That's correct.
Somewhere there.
About the two one relationship.
Williams is about, it's over 500, around 550, I don't have exactly, but.
Is this 790 here?
No, that's one they did with somebody else, Mr. Fair.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Choctaw. And the one for a vial was about 230, 250, somewhere out top of my head.
Yeah.
Which one was the first one?
A vial.
The line or whatever? Slide L one?
Yes.
And that was how much?
Around 250,
250?
250,000.
And what was Pauline?
It's over 500, about 500.
Couple things to note on that, and we just got into this with research, and we had a very good discussion with Mike later last week. There's two things to think about here. Is one, the guy said today, first and foremost, you buy Cisco versus buying a Avaya, automatically you can look to pay about 30-40% more. That's just the nature of it. But it's good stuff. I'm just gonna tell you, it's very good stuff. Avaya's good stuff as well. So the good thing is, you don't have a bad solution here. Okay, the other thing that comes back is, if I don't know if you picked up on this today, we've got some direct questions, but I was telling Amy this on break. The guys from Pillion were talking about re-switching the whole thing. Now, I went back and asked the question, they say they are, I gotta understand how they're doing that and what they proposed. Okay, now, the other thing is, on training, these guys, Pillion, huge time allotment for training. The other side,
minuscule. Just some things to think about, you know, but as far as can they either do it, based on what we've seen today, neither one of them can do it. They'll both work. They will work, but there's some direct questions we want to submit to Adrian and Michael for them to go. We don't think, you know, we're helping them. We don't think it's appropriate for us to ask those directly because we're, you know, working for you. Have you ask those questions, and those questions will help us come back and say, well, here's your weighted score on this one, here's your weighted score on this one, and here's your pros and your cons, and then you can decide what you want to do.
And if we turn to call Slidell, to the city of Slidell, see how happy they are with their service.
Yeah, I got a call in as of Friday. The guy I needed to speak to wasn't in. Yeah, because we got together, what, Wednesday or Thursday? Yeah, and I finally, I think Friday, I left a message down there. And I also tried to get in touch with Fred, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you get some feedback on that, so. But, it's a lot in there, and that's the thing. I will say this about Pillen, they did a good job on compliant, non-compliant throughout theirs. The other guys did not do that in their response. That's nothing more
He
than.
says it, he said today, because Gary asked him again, he said they can comply with all of it.
100%. I said it twice. I said, can you provide everything in there?
But they were supposed to go line by line and say yes or no, or maybe, or, you know, whatever, but they didn't get as detail into theirs as Philly put into the detail of it. One of the big thing is switches.
Yep.
Jillian's got 10 or 15, 10 or 12 more switches than they have in their proposal. And I know that, this is totally out of my league, but I know what we have had trouble with is fax machines. Those fax that they don't want to, they're not being, these, copy machines that hooked up and work as fax, it's just been, and, of course, they addressed it today, or I addressed it today, that they have that covered and all of that.
They do. They have the ATA. Both of them have the ATA. It's an ATA, both of them have it in there. I took the proposal and worked back the whole time I spent on it Friday. Thursday. Friday I was out in the show. Yeah, I made a call. It was Thursday, I'm sorry. But I worked backward. So I said, let's look at I'm gonna go here and go here, rather than trying to read the whole proposal and say, okay, where's this in here? And I went back and forth, and that was something that they addressed that. And both of them brought it up today. They did. That's a very important part of this because you still use things a lot. There's some things in there we're going to spell out that we've seen that are kind of like, there's some features, not how to say this, there's things that seems like the county was asking for that Pillion platform said, well, no, we're not going to do that, but here's our alternative to it. Or no, that function's not in here, that's outside of the scope. The first guys today in telecom, you know, it's kind of like, I felt like Christ talking to Peter, asking 3 times, but all 3 times he said, we comply with everything in there. And there's 3 or 4 questions that Adrian will be able to ask to say, okay, when you say comply 100%, what about this? That's the only concerns we've got. So, good news is you got 2 to work. Bad news is you got 1 that's twice the price of the other.
And Gary's familiar with both systems. Been asking this about of course, our Cisco, across the state. Most of the schools do Cisco, they give a 80% break on all the school stuff.
E-rate. Exactly.
And, which we're not, they don't give us, but, he has knowledge of both systems, we've both been around both capable systems.
Yeah, they both will work. They're both very good systems. It just comes down to.
Kind of like the Cadillac or the Ford.
Well, I told him the other day, it's a high, you got a really high-end car and you got one here, but, you know, this one other one will get you there. And somebody asked a good question, I don't remember if it was Mr. Fair or Mr. Hudson, somebody asked a question about growth, you know, and everything else, and both of these systems, you don't have to worry about that. Both of the responses to RFQ, they both address that. You got that in there. So they did a good job.
And the main factor we got to do is continue, whichever one we do, continue to update the system every year, whatever, do our updates, and that kind of has us where we have to date, because we need to hear federal messages, and we need to update it, pay a few $1,000s a year to make sure we're updated. We so far out of updates that you can, there's no way to update it now.
So I'll say one thing, I'll try to be quiet, it's hard to do when you get talking about this, but The building over here is the biggest concern for both of them. Actually, in the hall, they brought it up again, that's their biggest concern because, you know, they're trying to come in with a cost to say, well, we can do this and it will work, what they're proposing. And the only thing me and Adrian and Michael and Stuart talked about the other day is if you had the money to do it, and one of the guys that addressed it, that, Andy Turnage, I think addressed it, was you go in there, which what we would suggest is go in there and put fiber and try to put a switch on every floor. Then your capacity to expand that building and everything is so much easier. It's not easy. It's better equipped. Nothing's easy. Just trust me, guys. And when the guy kept saying easy, I wanted to call him on that today. But nothing's about this is easy. That's the only thing that they both realize that's, you know, the wiring in there is a, they don't want to admit it openly, but they're both concerned about it. Trust me, and they all know. That's a huge undertaking, that building over. Michael knows it too. We all know this because of the way the building is, you know, put together. But we're gonna get some stuff to them by Wednesday. Hopefully, by business tomorrow, they can submit, give responses, and we're gonna try to get back. We're shooting for Monday. I told Adrian maybe Tuesday. We're shooting for Monday to get back side by side comparison of what we think, you know, what you got in each of them, and then hopefully get on enough data to make a decision.
We'll go through the cheap one, we'll find tooth comb. I mean, if it'll work, you know, like I said, I'd like to have a Cadillac, but I can't afford a Cadillac.
But the worst thing I want to do is say, okay, we're gonna take a buy because it's cheaper, and then we end up getting it right. And it don't do half of what we need to do, it won't fill our needs, and then, okay, then we said, okay, we didn't want to spend the money to get the bill, you know, the Cisco. Now we're gonna spend the money to listen and buy another one, and they spend twice the money, so.
Be even worth if you spent $500,000 on that one, that work.
I can promise you, knowing Cisco and where they all at, that will work. But that's a big deal to buy off.
We're gonna, I'll say this, Sam Kane, we're gonna bring back, what we bring back to Adrian, and for you all to look at. We're not gonna look at the cost. We're gonna look at the functionality and the growth. And then you can weigh that, because I think if we don't, I'm a taxpayer and I want you, I'll agree with you. It's taking my helping you guys get off under contract. I want the same thing, but at the end of the day, if we come back and look at the first one today and say, you know, there's some things here, maybe some concerns, we're gonna point that out. And we're not trying to punch holes in either one of them. It's just, we're gonna try to bring that information back to you all, then y'all can sit down and say, okay, well, in that case, we'll do this, or vice versa, and say, you know what, this was gonna be good, and it'll be 5, 6, 7 years, and, you know, because capacity's there. We're not gonna get into, we're not even gonna address the cost. We're gonna come back and say, here's what you asked for, here's what they told you they could do, and here's some things that, if there are concerns, we'll have those noted. Here's some concerns to think about.
Saying, the guy said his was negotiable.
They're all that way, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I would guarantee you, Pillion would come back and say, well, you know, we could do this, we could do this, and they would come back and they'd say, well, I'm not sure how much lower they can go, but I think that there's some things they could do that too, as Mr. Chair. Do that as well, Mr. Chair.
Sure. I don't know what all they'll do, but, you know, we just want a phone, you know, to be a phone. That's the main thing. We have problems when they would say, you know, if your line's busy, we'll have it roll over to this one, and if this one's busy, we'll roll over to that one. And we get our cell phone and dial our number, and it would ring and ring and ring, and you'd be sitting in our office and there's a phone ringing. And you don't know what's going on with that, and nobody knows how to fix that. You know, and we got these features like voicemail. You know, we never did get our voicemail set up. And instead of, you know, we'd have to call some technician to fly in to do that. And you know, if it just rings, that's good, but if it's got these extra features, we need to insist that they stay here long enough to train everybody how they work. Because that rolling over, if it rolls over to a phone that doesn't ring, that just makes it look like we're not answering the phone or something.
Yeah, that'll all come down to configuration. Because Because they can do that on a, department by department basis, because you're gonna have groups in there, they'll have to set up groups, and you can do that in those groups, say, if this one doesn't answer, go to this one, go to this one, not try that one, then go to more. I mean, that's all the configuration, both the systems are very capable of that. And there's some features in there, that's one thing to point out, there's some features in both of them, to be honest with you, the buy-in to Cisco that you may not need. I mean, there's some pretty slick stuff. I mean, I know the guy was trying to sell you, Cisco does it, so does the buy-in, but, you know, you can leave, take the phone, transfer it to your cell phone, you just, I mean, there's a lot of things in there that, they're inherent to the system. Do you want to invest the money to configure that? You got that capability, like saying you got Sirius radio in your car, you don't listen to Sirius, okay, well, you pay for it every month, you really want it or not. It's my house. But what you're saying, yeah, it comes down to configuration, that's what it comes down to. And we'll help Michael through that, as far as making sure we understand,
Now, if we have trouble with the internet, we have trouble with phones,
Yeah. You are.
our internet's no way flaky.
You should be, yeah, you will. You're, from your out, that's from your outside the way it is now. Now, the way this thing should be configured, you should limit that. Like today, if you have a problem with internet, you're gonna have problems with your phone. Going forward, this should eliminate, if they configure this correctly, this should eliminate that unless you get a major AT&T outage, you should be okay. Because this thing's gonna have the ability to reroute, it should have configured right, reroute those calls to another out point for your DID in and DID out. Not DID out, DID in and then your out point. It should be able to do that through your own internal connections, unless your pipe to the internet's out, then that's a little different story.
That's something we can't control on that.
No one can control that, you're exactly right, Amy. No one
But
can control that.
what we do have planned in this area, if internally picking goes down, everything will roll over, go out, pop the bill will go down, and roll out and go out. But if AT&T completely goes down, whatever, we do that.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what Amy said, exactly what it is. That redundancy sit in there, so if you lose a pipe here, because you're still connected with your own circuits, you can still, if you have an AT&T shutdown, then ain't nobody handle that, that I know of. And that doesn't happen very often. And now, you usually gotta get a fiber cut or something for that to happen. Normally. Knock on wood, wherever it is. All right.
Ladies, you got anything going on you talk about?
No, good. My veterans, it's a running joke now. They call me and I don't call them back within 24 hours. They call me and say, am I still in 1984? I'm like, yeah, somewhere in 84. It was a good year, but you're still stuck there.
David, you got anything?
Oh, we had the same phone problem other than that, no sense in rehashing.
Chancery.
Yes. We still have problems with internet across the hall, so will any of this address our internet problems?
It should. Cabling is gonna, that's cabling, and that's what we're talking about.
That's one of the issues with cabling, because you're running so far from all the way over there back down. There's some ways we might can change the cabling to make it better everywhere and cut them. The problem is the length of the run. I know they say you can pull 300 foot. I'm curious if he was able to pull one 300 foot.
125. I've never seen anybody pull more than 100. I told them this one day. 125. They say 300, but 125 is about the limit if you really want quality of service.
You got some pools over there that's over close to 200 feet.
Yeah, we stepped them off one day with Mike, with 250, 260 feet on some of those pools. You're like, you're out on the plane when you do that. To answer your question, they should, you should see a huge improvement on that.
Here's one thing, and I don't know if they won't mess with this, and I don't know half what y'all talking about, but these holes that existing cable going through, would that be the time to put these in some conduit all together? Or, I mean, is that something, I mean, we might delete some of these lines, I don't know, when we put this in. But that's something I'd like y'all to help figure out for us. What he was talking about, some of these wires just poked through the wall right now, exposed.
Smells like you beat a hole in the block with a
Yeah,
sledgehammer around.
I mean, when we do this, I think that would be the time to put some of this stuff, if we still got some sticking out there in a conduit. I mean, that might not be their category, but we do need to do that. Maybe we start doing it now, I don't know. But
Clean it up some.
maybe we get someone in here to do that as well when they're here, I don't know.
Well, they both were bidding, I mean, they were, in their bids, they both, let's see, now Adrian, in telecom is internal cabling, right? They got their own, and then,
I think he said both of them subbing it out. I thought.
No,
She did. Oh, okay.
One was subbing, Millennium was subbing, and they were bringing their own bunch.
I think, yeah, I think Philium is subbing theirs to Netlink, is that right?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Netlink, and then the
The
other
other ones
ones,
were gonna do it themselves.
yeah, I think the other guy
They're
is,
in-house.
because I remember looking at theirs, I didn't see any breakout on it. So, they included the cabling, the Philium, they included the cabling in the whole big configuration, they didn't put a line item. But these guys put a line item for just the cable. So, and that's something we can go back and ask them as well, to get a breakout on that. That's one, in fact, just one.
It might help them, because they worry about drilling holes. I mean, I don't know some of the stuff consolidated, it's gotta be separate or what. It ain't high voltage, but, I don't know anything about fiber either, but, I mean, if you can run them in one line through there, you know, and be done with it. So, just kick that out there and see. I just,
Yeah,
want to
that's, it's a little complicated, because of that building. It
How
makes,
long there to get from point A to point B?
what's that, David?
Get from point A to point B.
Let's go.
It's,
Well, when you have to go through a wall over there, it's 18 inches solid.
it's not like that.
The first one said that they done everything in-house, they done everything.
That's what I thought, yeah, that's what I thought.
Conduit.
But what we're talking about is something beyond that, about syndicates saying while they're there, clean up, go back and, do some things, and I don't think either one of them included that.
No, I know they didn't, but I mean, maybe that's something to look at, and maybe that help them speed up their process, I don't know, or,
Yeah.
I'd like to find out, because that's a mess over there, it looks terrible. It was embarrassing for them to sit there and tell us, they even know they ain't in code, and we got these. I don't know, just kick that around for me.
Yeah, we will.
All right, hold on, Russell. Nancy?
Yes, sir.
I know
Sorry.
you did, you got
I'm late.
something you want to talk to us about, and you, I mean, I know you're in court probably or something.
We are, and, I just had to get somebody to cover. We are working with NEC. I don't know how quick we're trying to get everything in place to go online for that. We had issues with the phone, and y'all may have already discussed that last week.
We talked about it all day, so.
Yeah. So anyway, but we're in court every single week, so when y'all look at my budget, take that into consideration.
We're working on the phone system, they're going through it, trying to tweak the two companies, get the best bang for both, so, and then hopefully we'll come up with a plan after we consolidate the other rules.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, man.
No, I've got it covered, so I'm good for.
This being a historic building, we're gonna run into problems with changing things and drilling holes and this and other. Do they have any complaints with what we're talking about doing? Sometimes the historical society or whoever's over the historical buildings. I mean, is that a problem we may face?
Well, that's one thing I was saying, maybe using the one that's already there, but,
Is that a historical building or a historical site? Which one is it? It's a building, historical building, okay. I didn't know, okay, so it's not, just a facility.
I think they both said they addressed that. That was factored in.
Sandy, do you know when they're gonna start painting? We were talking about that before, I was just curious when they would actually start.
I don't know, anybody, you heard from whatever. Check. I was gonna do social media over the okay. I'll check that out, what else you got? Maybe something else.
I think that's all, I think.
Kobe, you got anything?
I don't. Did y'all see the picture? Did y'all use that yet?
The recent, yeah.
Y'all got my text, huh? About the kitchen, getting a bust.
We're already catching people.
We got two citations and one looking for.
On the dump site?
Yes,
Good.
off the cameras.
Good.
John, you got anything? Road department, you good? Dang it.
Space issues, a couple of things. One is, the voting commissioners, talking with them, and they're supposed to be getting some new voting machines in. They're a lot bigger than what they're using now. And what they told me is after we have this election, the November election, for about a year, they're not gonna have anything. And they said they want to be out of our building, which works out because, that would be a good place for us to, get the dispatch center moving. That would be a good place for it. It's already a 361 hardened building, and so it'd be almost no cost to put that dispatch center there. But I don't know what we're going to do with the basically anywhere else to put all the voting machines. Is what they told me. And also Sandy, you need room.
Basically, on the voting machines is they're electronic, so they have to be in a climate controlled facility. And I think that area over there was set up to where they could set the machines up to do the testing and stuff like that. And at this point, and I met with the election commissioners last week, we don't know where else to go with that. I mean, there's no room at the courthouse to store those machines and to keep them set up like they need to be set up. You know, I don't know, that's gonna be a consideration. We have the presidential election in November. I think next year is just municipal elections. But, you know, if they get moved out of that building, there's gonna have to be some kind of consideration of where to go, because there is a lot of equipment to store, and it does have to be climate controlled. You can't just throw it in a storage unit somewhere. And they have to have the hookups to be able to do the testing and everything like that, so just, I know that issue had come up about.
But, I mean, mowers and
Could be used for something else.
It's stuff.
It's the way it's America.
yeah, it's storage.
Because I think where they're stored now, they have
I don't know.
the electrical is wired in to where those machines, because they have to be plugged in. So,
Basically, I talked to them, and we're not kicking them out. They want out. They said there's not enough room in there.
well, I
And
mean,
Adrian's saying they want to take more of our building.
They won't come off that wall, come down about 20 foot and go south and add another room.
I'm just saying there's gonna be a consideration of where you put them.
Yes, yeah, and here's the other thing though. If we're gonna move the dispatch center, you can't go build a 361 building, which is required to put a dispatch center. And this is what I told Tommy, or Reggie, when I talked to him. I said, this is what I see going. Right now, it's kind of tight for both of us when we get anything going. Fortunately, we hadn't had like a disaster going while they're doing the voting machines. But if we try to put dispatch in there as well as what we're at, then it's just, there's no way. It's not big enough for three of us. And so that's what I was just saying, hey, it's an idea. And he said he'd love to get out of there, but he's got nowhere to go, and he has to be in Poplarville.
Right. So that's just, I just wanted y'all to understand it's not a matter of just finding a spot to stick them, because there's a lot of considerations that goes in with the electronics and their voting equipment.
How large is the building that you need? How many square feet?
We have 150 something voting machines.
I don't know, but he just talked like, those machines now are, I mean, they're those, you've seen them, but the ones for the new ones.
Yeah, and that's in the future. They're going, most of the counties are going to the scanners with.
The scanners,
Yeah.
They're good bit bigger, so he said, as soon as we get those, we're not gonna be able to fit in there anyway. He said, well, we're just talking, now's the time for us to figure something out over the next year, before what would be a good time to do it would be after November and before the following.
Right, yeah.
Yes, he has to be in Hopper for whatever reason. I think they transferred
It
that.
has something to do with the county seat.
Nancy, do you have any idea about, what kind of temperature has to be on it? Is it a humidity deal or is it an actual temperature?
I think it's humidity. These are like electronic iPads. I mean, it's the computer, it's all computer generated, so you've got to take into consideration, and we're looking into going into the electronic poll booths, which, they're not huge, but, that's another consideration. And you've got to be able to have a place where you can set them up and plug them in to be able to do the testing to get them ready for the election.
There's a metal building behind the EOC, probably 30 by 40, if I have to guess.
Bigger.
Maybe bigger. Probably gonna run
30 by 60.
It would need insulating an air conditioning system, but since there's not people in there every day, we look at it from these other folks. But there are people not in there every day, where we could set up a system to keep the temperature within a range. We'd have to air condition, but it's got power and everything in it, lights.
Yeah, they could use my training center for the training area for meetings and stuff.
So it might be, that was a maintenance building for the army.
Okay, well, we'll check into that.
It's a viable building that ain't being used for nothing now, that we can turn into something
Right.
pretty decent for them. And, even,
That would
we can go ahead and put a
definitely-
laying ceiling in there, and, save us a lot of money. And the main thing is power for them, and like she said, keep it climated where they machine, they test them and all, they need plug-ins for them, so.
Right, so, but no, we definitely be interested.
Or first roll up door, hit y'all load and.
Load and unload, right.
I'll
Okay,
take a look at that.
okay, thank you.
All right, Danny, you set?
What about the shelter over here? You gonna put anybody in there? You want to discuss that?
What's going on over there? Nothing's going on.
Nothing's going on over there. I just, we talked about it briefly, about needing space and Smith going over there or something.
Yeah, I'd ask that. I was just wondering, well, like, something like this, could we use it? But you can't put walls up, it can't be, permanent structures in there, so this would work.
So that's out.
All right. Did I leave anybody out? If not, that's all, for our department head meeting. Thank y'all for coming. Maybe we should, do this every couple of months. I don't know if this is too much for y'all, or.
I have to shut my office down, or, I'm glad to be up here if you want me up here.
I mean, and y'all, unless you got something you really going on you need to talk about, or, what do you think? Now you brought this up, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's not something that, at first, I think it started off.
I think we just want to communicate with y'all.
Right.
And that's why we call these, communicate that.
But it's not necessary that we do it every month now, because we're getting the same, we still haven't fixed any other solutions that we brought the very first day, so.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it in our workshop, some of them, or whatever, when our next one be, maybe we'll space it out. We'll be seeing y'all around budget time anyhow.
Y'all can take me off that list.
Take you off that list.
The budget list.
All right. All right, we got, we, think we got everything else. Mr. Hart, you got anything to wrap up the meeting? What's that? I think we're going to talk about it now. All right, everybody just want to know about this AG's opinion. We got some folks still here, I know. You want to go over it, Ted?
We just got this more, Leslie brought it up here during the meeting, and basically, they said that, the supervisors, I'll just read you their conclusion. I'll read you the whole thing. They basically cite question we asked, and says that this office has consistently opined that the Board of Supervisors cannot contract for services which infringe on the rights, duties, and functions of Chancery Clerk as county auditor, citing some opinions. Nor may the board appoint someone to explicitly perform the statutory duties of the Chancery Clerk. And they quote a 1934 opinion. This was written in 1934. This office has consistently held for a number of years that under the provisions of the code, the Chancery Clerk is auditor of the county, and the board cannot employ any other auditor. We have held further that the code authorizes the state auditor to make audits of counties and for counties, and that the state auditor and the Chancery Clerk must do all the auditing work for the county. That the board is without authority to employ and pay public funds to any other auditor. Consequently, it is the opinion of this office that the Kroger County Board of Supervisors may not employ a certified public accountant to perform a financial audit of the former Chancery Clerk's records. The newly elected Chancery Clerk has the authority to examine and audit the books and financial records of the former Chancery Clerk. Additionally, pursuant to Section 77-71, the state auditor has the right to examine and investigate the books and financial records of the former Chancery Clerk. If this office may have any further assistance, please let us know. And Avery Munderly, who is part of the Assistant Attorney General. So it's good that we got the opinion, because had we done it without their permission, we'd have had to probably repay it out of our pockets. You know?
So if somebody's willing to pay for it, we can still get it done. If we get it, if we vote to get it done, and somebody, if we're willing to pay for it.
Well, this says you can't do it. You do not have the authority to do it. When you think about it, it really doesn't make sense that the supervisors would be, that the state is going to give up the right to have auditing done by individual county boards of supervisors.
All right, so what if Melinda, the new Chancery Clerk, she can audit?
She can audit whatever she...
Or she can hire somebody that she wants.
No, she can't hire anybody either, I don't think. I think that's another issue.
What does it say? The supervisor can't hire?
I'm almost certain I can find it. There's another one that says she can't do it.
Well,
I just got it today.
Joe, the way you're interpreting this opinion means that your hiring of Adrian and his department to do the auditing is in violation of the law then. If you're interpreting it that way, in that only Melinda and Melinda on her own can do the auditing, that means that you can't even hire the county administrator to do the auditing, which is...
You're incorrect, completely incorrect. There's a statute that completely authorizes whatever the supervisors have hired the administrator to do.
Adrian's comptroller, Melinda's auditor, that's two separate things.
Yeah, Melinda can do the auditing. That's exactly correct.
Well, I guess that's kind of a question Malcolm just asking. It's saying it's putting it all back on her, but she still can't get, if she sees that she thinks her department needs an audit, so she can't go out and hire one either. That's what we're saying.
I think I could if excuse me.
I would suggest we get an opinion on that before you go do that.
I believe other counties do that, hire CPAs, Chancery clerks, because all Chancery clerks are not CPAs themselves or whatever, and they hire, I know some other Chancery clerks that do hire CPAs to.
Would you write for an opinion on that?
I mean, Joe, what did your letter actually say? What was the question that you posed?
I'll just give you a copy of it.
Well, I mean, I want to read it out loud for everybody. I did read it last meeting actually, but it wasn't read before everybody out loud. All right. Thanks.
I'll get you a copy.
Okay, this is their letter, not your letter, but yeah.
I'll get you a copy. Give me your address or I'll email you.
Yeah, okay.
Give you your email.
But from what I remember, your letter that you wrote didn't say anything about the circumstances, which was that the entire issue behind this audit was the possibility of some mishandling of records by internal county employees within the Chancery Clerk's department and possibly within the greater county employment. And therefore, the independent audit was needed in order to assure that there were no conflicts of interest. And that aspect was not addressed in your letter to the AG at all, from what I remember.
I'll be glad glad to send you a copy of it. Like I say, what's your email address?
I'll give you my email address after this, but I'm saying I read the letter last meeting. I read the copy of it that you handed to Frank last meeting, or somebody handed to Frank. I think Hudson gave it to him actually. The issue was you didn't address that. I can say that with certainty. You didn't address the corruption aspect of this entire issue, because that does need to be placed on the table. And so I don't think that the Attorney General's opinion, obviously they didn't take that into account because it wasn't asked, and they gave a very specific answer to the question you asked, which was framed in a manner that sounded like you wanted to know whether the county had the authority to completely delegate away the auditing power of the Chancery Clerk's office, which isn't what this vote is about. This vote is not about taking power away from Melinda. This vote is about helping Melinda in her role as Chancery Clerk by providing a one-time audit to make sure that the books are all in order, because she herself came before you and asked for that assistance because she had suspicions that things were out of order. And so it's not like you guys are usurping power from her at all. It's quite the opposite.
What, Melinda, you gonna seek, will you seek an opinion of your own? Is that what you're gonna do?
Mr. Joe, I brought this up here the other day, you wasn't here. My IT man decided for you, but a few years back, $210,000 was took out of the county road money, went to the fairgrounds. Then money was took out of the trustee money to pay it back. The auditor said it must be repaid. It didn't say steal it out of one account, steal it out of another. You know, that's $10,000, $210,000, that's a lot of checks to go by and repay the money then.
Well,
You was a lawyer, Adrian was the administrator.
I mean, whichever way we go about this, I think we need to be frank about the corruption aspect of it and not dance around that issue, because if we do, then any route that you pursue is pursued really in bad faith. And the whole point of this is about transparency and accountability, and we need to start being honest with that part of it.
well,
I'd like to move on myself and see what Melinda comes up with and give me a little time to think about this.
well, you know, I asked for it to be on the agenda this time, and it wasn't. The next board meeting, when is the next board meeting? The 20th? I mean,
Yeah.
either go one way or the other.
Yep.
I'm tired of messing with it. I want to do what's right for the public, and I know everybody does, but
Yep.
talking about it ain't helping, it's making it worse. And I say, if Melinda, if that's the route you want to take, I ask that you do that. Bring it back to us for that meeting, and it needs to be on the agenda. Ask to vote on it.
What do you mean, because when
I
you
want
did
it
the
to be a
AGM,
line item on the agenda. That's what I want. I don't want to sit here all day and people wait here all day looking at me when we're going to talk about it. I want to talk about it like it's right on the agenda and let's move on. I want it to be something we're going forward with or something we're throwing away in the dumpster. That's what I want.
Mr. Joe didn't get this till today, that's why we didn't have it on the agenda.
Well, I don't understand. It still needs to be on the agenda. I mean, when did you get it?
that's my fault, that's nobody's fault but mine. I didn't,
That's it, bro, he got it this morning.
I was not, I did not understand that.
Lester was gone last week.
Well, I'm telling y'all today, I want the opinion back, and I want it ready, I want it on the agenda, let's move forward with this, one way or the other. It's gotta go away, or either something's gotta happen. That we sit here spinning our wheels with something that's just something we talk about every week. It's kinda like the phone system, but this is, the public, I get calls tremendously about this. I know some of you don't, but I don't know if it's because I'm the president, I don't know what it is, from all areas. And I think for us to move forward as a county, we need to either address it or move on. I can accept getting voted down, I can accept that. I still think the way I think, and that's the way it is, but I just want it to move on. I think as president, we've got to move on as a county, one way or the other.
I agree, but I wanted to ask you, in that opinion, Joe, they did say that I am authorized to do this, so would I actually have to write for an opinion? Because they said in the letter,
You have the authority to audit anything you wish that's a public record in your office, including the records of the former chancery clerk.
okay, so.
I don't think you have the authority to hire a CPA to do it.
Okay,
Is the issue, I think. So I think that's the issue you were considering here, and I would definitely recommend that before you spend any money to hire a CPA, that you get an attorney general opinion that says you can do it. Because I have a feeling the law is very strict about audits and who can do them and who can pay for them and that kind of thing.
Have you requested one, Melinda? Have you called up there and just requested them to come do one?
regarding this, no, because the board was.
There may be a work to, and that may solve it all.
Just to do what, Dave?
Call up the auditor's office and request that they come here and audit her office.
They're doing state audit now. Supposedly.
No, we're not dealing with state audit right now.
The state is doing
2014.
Yeah.
2014.
Yeah, 14.
They'll do 2015 now.
Right.
But I will look into all these questions and I'll have an answer for y'all at the next board meeting. For sure.
All right.
I think if you want to fast track it, I think Sheriff's got it probably the real fast track solution is call the state audit. Let Melinda call state audit, give the specifics of what she wants them to look into, and they can say, yes, we can do it, and no, we can't. And just let it go.
When is your conference?
It is next week, Tuesday through Friday.
Maybe that's the time you need to find out if they're, I don't know if y'all have an organization like we do.
We do.
Associations.
We do.
Maybe they can help you with what you need to find out.
I'll suggest this, whatever opinion you're gonna get it in writing to make sure.
I will get on that today.
All right, is there anything else about the situation we're talking about now?
Has anybody looked into the QuickBooks?
Sir?
The QuickBooks that we were interested in, did you have a chance to look at those yet?
No, I told you that last time that I was not looking at them at all because I was thinking that there was going to be an audit of it. So, no, I have not, but if it falls on me, then yes, I will start looking into it.
She's not the investigator.
She is the auditor.
She's an auditor. She just told you
She is the
she's an
auditor.
auditor, but she's not an investigator.
She is the auditor.
Right.
The auditor.
Looks at more than just the
The
book.
CPA you hire is not gonna be an investigator, it's gonna be an auditor. And Joe, I tell you what, while we're on this subject, I'm tired of these guys bringing that yellow sheet of paper up here, accusing the old board of all this impropriety and $200,000.
Is it true?
Is
it true?
Explain to them.
Is it true?
Richard, you don't want to know the truth.
Maybe not.
And I told you this last week, but you can't understand. When this board sat here, Joe Montgomery wasn't here last week, he can verify this or tell me I'm full of it. We voted to spend $3 million on the road.
3.5.
No.
3.5.
No, let me finish, Richard.
Okay.
Listen instead of talk. Listen instead of talk. We voted, we were gonna give $3 million to blacktop all around roads. We were getting a bond. This board decided to get another $500,000 on top of that to do work at the fairgrounds, to buy the additional land and et cetera. So the bond was for $3.5 million. Is that correct, Joe? So the bond was for $3.5 million. Some wording was left out of the bond papers themselves. Okay? That didn't specifically say that we could spend money on the roads and on the fairgrounds. It just referenced the roads. It was almost a typographical error. Nothing sinister. We didn't take that money and put it in our pocket. We started spending it over there. Somebody brought it to attention that this wasn't in there. So we took money out of the general fund, which is where it would have come from anyway, and paid that back and spent the money on the roads. Nobody put a dime in their pocket, not one penny. It went to the people of this county to the county facility, all that was spent there. Now, and y'all just keep accusing us of being crooks because of one sentence left out of the bond paper, which the original intent was, when we borrowed the money, was for that and the fairgrounds. Now, that's the truth. Is the best of my, is that right, Adrian?
Yes.
Now, that's the truth. Now, if you can't handle the truth, keep bitching about it. But that's the truth.
But you don't miss nothing.
The what?
You don't miss nothing. I'll say it's hard to believe that they left a sentence out in that bond that you didn't catch.
I'm not a lawyer like all of y'all are. You should have had Travis up here. Travis, he could read it. He could have told you what it is.
I'm not saying you
I'm
took
just
a
telling
nickel.
you.
I'm not saying you took a nickel yourself.
Well, you keep bringing it up like we did something criminal. It was not criminal. You know, if it is, David, come up here and handcuff us now. Go over there to the board and have them indicted. But quit coming up here and accusing us of this 200,000 sticks in your craw you can't swallow.
You didn't accuse you, the state auditor did.
Do what?
State auditor has.
Somebody called up
See,
there.
let me finish now. Don't talk over everybody. Every time I try to say something, you talk over me. The state auditor said that that was an accepted report, that y'all misused bond fund money in the amount of $210,000.44. They said it. We didn't say it.
Right.
We're just pointing it out to you. End of my rant.
Well, good. You've pointed it out to us and we've explained to you how it happened. Now, that's really the truth, Jeff.
They're the ones said it, not me.
We rectified it. We put the money back in there. We put the bond money back in there.
Have it your way, Hudson. Hudson's law is different from nobody else.
No, I'm a logical guy and I want to just go by what's the truth. And we didn't waste the money, Jeff. We didn't put it on our pockets and carry it out here. We spent it on county property.
Doesn't matter where
It's a
you spend it.
technicality.
You leave
It is a
it out of my
technicality. You'll have to agree that's a technicality. And y'all make it out like we're all just a bunch of crooks up here, and we're not. We up here working hard to try to move this county forward, and I'll be damned if y'all don't want to stay in the past. We only got so much energy and so many things, and I think everybody on this board agree with. We can keep arguing about this mess, or we can focus on the future and try to get something done in this country. We're not. We're not doing anything. We're arguing about that mess. I'm just telling you, we let the people of this county down. Because we're not getting anything done. Now you can call that Hudson's law if you want to. I'm 71 years old. I want to see something happen in this county. That's the reason I ran for this office.
Should have been ended months ago.
Do what?
The audit. Y'all want to keep dragging it out.
No, not me.
You say you're not getting anything done? That's the reason
Not
why.
me. Not me, buddy.
I think, Richard, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the point I think we got off onto it, and we'll move on from this, but you trying to say we have to pay $250,000 back out of our pockets, and you don't think we have to pay $10,000 back, basically what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I taking that right?
Yes, sir.
I
You didn't
understand.
have to do it back then. You worry about 10,000 now.
I understand.
I thought about going to the bank. I got $100,000 line of credit. Go get 10,000, bring it here and give it to you. Then if you found some wrong doing, I want 20,000 back. I'm a gambling man. I'll go get that 10,000 and bring it up here to you. And if they find something, I want 20,000 back.
I'll be waiting outside to take the odds.
If I was David Earl Johnson, I'd be down here with that $10,000. Get that thing out here. If I don't have nothing to hide, get that 10,000 here. Here it is. Prove clear me out.
All right, we're gonna move on. Everybody said their piece. All right, look, y'all want, what else? Let's move on down. Now, Mr. Mower, you got something else you want to talk about?
Can we I'm just asking this too, can we, adjourn the meeting and then start our workshop again?
Okay.
So we're not officially on the record anymore.
We're still on record right now.
Right, but for our workshop, that's good.
take an issue and talk about it, get information to see what they wanna do.
We're not gonna make any decision.
Okay, is this budget or planning and development or what?
We need to talk about a couple of things that, in fact, I don't see any reason not to stand on the record if you want to, I mean, because.
Well, that's fine, we're not making.
And then what we need is no audience input so these guys can talk about this, where y'all don't get involved in it, because they gotta make some serious decisions on this. And it's just gonna delay it if y'all do that. Normally boards don't let people in the audience interrupt their proceedings like y'all are permitted to do. You have a right to view the proceedings, but you don't have a right to participate in the proceedings, is what the law is. And everybody here has never felt constrained to stop that. But it does delay things, and they do need to talk about 3 or 4 issues real quickly here that just don't be discussions. And the first one will be on this ordinance to regulate the hauling of the garbage. And we never have really got, there's some key things that y'all you've got to address, like, are you going to require these people's vehicles to be tagged? This is regulating your garbage hauls. Because I've noticed some of the vehicles don't even have tags.
Well, they certainly gotta have a tag if they're out on public road. The law, that way, can do about that.
Okay.
You talking about on the vehicle or the trailer? Mr. Joe?
Both have a trailer.
What's missing the tag, the vehicle or the trailer?
I would say we need to look at them.
Okay. Both.
Aren't you supposed to have a tag on your truck?
Yes. Both.
I would think to get a permit to haul garbage, you need to comply with local laws, plus whatever we deem necessary.
Right now, do you want to require them to have insurance? And if so, how much? Liability insurance on their vehicle or
Yeah, they should have liability with the law. The
State law.
thing is, you know, public trailer, I mean, it's gonna cover whatever they need with a trucker.
Not if it's on
you
bills.
gotta have trailer reference to use. I mean, you have to have separate cover trailer, coverage has been my experience, and
My question would be this, and just out of fairness, are we gonna require the people that haul cattle, other folks, lawnmowers? I mean, we got state law that says you're supposed to have a tag on the truck, trailer, you're supposed to have insurance. I mean, I just don't see why we open that can of worms, personally, but I mean, it don't matter to me.
you're gonna give them a permit if they don't have insurance on either one or both.
Well, we
They
can
have
ask
to
them
apply
proof
for
of
a permit.
insurance, but if we're gonna make them have a permit, then we could require them to show proof of insurance. What if they buy the insurance today and it gets canceled tomorrow? We really don't know.
I think you attended that even before you came out of our meeting. But, you know, I guess I'm one of the ones that's been pushed this, but it's just to, as we all agree all the time, the garbage in our county is terrible. And it's not the only factor, but these people hauling garbage attribute a lot to it.
And they weren't opposed to it.
No, they wasn't. And I think that, I mean, can't we make some kind of ordinance, just like we're doing now, to start with and adjust that ordinance if we think necessary? But,
Main thing we were interested in is that they don't stroll alongside the road when they pick it up.
Right.
They got vehicles
that they have it tarred in some kind of suitable form and fashion, and the reason we was doing the permit, because of accountability, you gotta have a permit to haul, because if you get so many 3 violations or whatever, then you get your permit pulled, and you can't haul garbage.
And the state law specifically provides how that parking must be done, and that's something we can't really address because of specific state statute on that aspect of it. So our ordinance really is not going to accomplish all that.
Well, I think so, do we even need an ordinance, or just start following the stuff, if the state law cover everything?
It's be hard to take it in the dump. We got Danny Joe Slade and we got Kobe back there.
You've got a state statute, they could arrest them tomorrow if they're not in compliance with the
State law says that all of them are to be secured to prevent slippage and leakage.
Cody?
I think originally, if I'm not mistaken, we looked into this ordinance versus state law, to have the ordinance to back up the state law. So we could do some of this stuff through the supervisors and we decided we couldn't do that, right, Mr. Joe? It needed to be done by state law regardless of whether there's an ordinance or not. So,
Well, I think that was when we were trying to, when we didn't have a officer.
right,
We were trying to get you to do it when you got certified.
right.
But now that we've got Danny Joe, I mean, he's certified.
Ordinance may be a moot point.
He can write any law, he can write a ticket for anything, any state law.
I'd just say, stop them. If they don't have insurance or a tag, write them a ticket. The sheriff's department can do that. We can also have, if they don't have insurance.
I see you got privilege license on there, I have to have them full permit in the county. I think $22 a year, but I do it time.
That's something we should have a privilege license. I'll type this up for y'all to approve at your next meeting. And, then we can publish it, make it an ordinance, and if y'all want to just go with minimum limits of insurance, that's not $25,000 now. And some of these guys out there were pretty big stuff, do a lot of damage, and I don't know if that's adequate insurance. If you want to go with state minimums, that's not much insurance.
But you went back to, has a good point there. You know, are we gonna do it for everybody or for just trash haulers? You know, if we stay with the state law, then that doesn't mean
That's a good point.
that if we do state law, it don't single anybody out.
Right, that's exactly right.
And our objective of all this was to get the county cleaned up.
State statute 171711 says trucks or other vehicles engaged in the business of hauling solid waste shall be so covered, secured, or sealed that there will be no loss during hauling to cause littering of streets and highways or cause a nuisance or hazard to the public health.
We can't change that.
Sheriff, what, yes,
And we can't pull them over and check their insurance, we'd have a problem cause them to do a traffic stop, so,
But Danny Joe, he should be able to do it for us.
well, I'm not sure we need
We
to
can't
check.
do it without problem.
Well, if they don't have a car, he needs to pull them over and
Right.
everything.
Right.
But if they don't have a tag or, you know.
If they don't have a tag display, that gives us problem
It's
cause,
just
pull them
somebody-
over and check their insurance.
That's
then.
all. I said,
Right.
we have on that accident on Highway 11 this morning. Guy didn't have stuff to
But,
pull.
you know, we use,
Came out the back of the truck, the guy behind him hit it. And after he hit it, he came,
Was it a garbage hauler or somebody else with a garbage?
he had it on the back of his truck.
Like private, private person.
There were two different things we had talked about. One was enforcing the law, and one was giving us an ordinance to be able to revoke a privilege license for a month or two at a time. If they continued to get citations for litter, was there a way we could write an ordinance paralleling the state statute that would give us the ability to take their privilege license away from them and stop them from hauling for a month and say, look, you get tarp or you can't haul for a month. That was another reason we had looked into an ordinance, was for pulling that ordinance, pulling that privilege license.
As indicated, we used a rotation list for the highway patrol because they have somebody that inspects these records and makes sure they're legal and they have insurance. That's kind of why we follow their list. I wonder if the county could have an ordinance where either Colby or Danny Joe or both of them, if you're a trash hauler, one of them actually inspect your equipment and make sure you have all that in order to be on y'all's list to haul trash in the county. That'd be an option, you think?
Yeah. That's what I was talking about, and that's a privilege license.
There's only a couple I see that keep doing the same things over and over.
Yeah, it's like Russell said, the ones that were here that night, they were all for it. They said, at least they put us all in the same place.
Well, Smelly Kelly here. Oh, here?
I didn't smell it.
I tell you, I take pictures of him all the time. He's got it to the top and ain't nothing over it. He ain't stopping nowhere, he's rolling.
Let me say one more thing. I've sent y'all all a copy of several of these litter ordinances. We're not changing years. But Lamar County recently adopted an unauthorized dumping and litter control ordinance that I sent everybody. And what you could do is you could make it more comprehensive and adopt something like this, if y'all would get out and look at it, and make that a part of your cleanup campaign to get the press involved and announce you're doing a little campaign, you're adopting a little ordinance. You're going to enforce state law on the regulation part. You have a short letter ordinance that kind of spreads it out into the public more and gets where they can be the same thing. If y'all would look at this.
Did you email that?
I emailed it about 2 months ago, yeah. I'll send it again too. But it's the shortest, best one. A lot of counties have them, some of them are different. I think I sent you to Soda County.
I remember being on this longer, I can't remember exactly how I got.
And then y'all could actually get the press involved, and get a press campaign going, and get pictures of your litter control guys out there doing their job, and maybe even y'all involved in the kickoff of your campaign. Well, I'll get that ready for next time. If y'all will look at that,
Okay.
I'll have something like the Lamar County thing ready for y'all to adopt. And then we also had the policy for the employees. And I sent that to y'all about the same time. And we've had it looked at by a lawyer in Jackson. And if y'all would study that, we need to make whatever revisions we're going to make to that. If y'all are going to renew the old policy that's been enforced for a long time. And let me see when it was originally enacted, it was in 19, looks like it was revised, amended, and approved January 28, 2003. So it hadn't been looked at in 13 years. And we've had it updated to comply with the federal laws. And if y'all will take a look at the one that I sent you that was revised by the lawyer in Jackson and the old one, and next time we can make some decisions on that.
If anybody else needs to know, look up that email that Mr. Joe sent us. It was May the 19th. That's when he sent it to all of us. Thank you.
And that's all I have.
And the other one should have been about the same time, Mr. Joe?
Yeah, it was right around that same time, yeah. Maybe a week later or a week before that.
Normanton School?
No, that was much earlier, that was much later.
This one you want to go, okay.
Let it wait.
Well, then wait till that. We're gonna close it for you.
If you send me email me a copy of that on my iPad, those two deals, so I can look at it.
I don't know,
You got
I sent it, did I send it to you, Amy? I think I did, I'm not sure.
Check, but I'll make sure that everybody gets it.
Joe, you got anything else?
No.
Look, I got something I want to bring up, just to inform the board, there's been some discussion the last few months about this drainage problem down Will Cox Road. Les, how they.
Richardson Road, I think, or some of them.
Do what?
Richardson Road.
With Wilcox land. On Richardson Road, the drainage problem. He has sent a request to the landowners to get their permission to let us open those ditches up. We signed that this morning, asked them to voluntarily let us do it. If they refuse, then we'll take it to the next step. Basically, I think that affects Mr. Ghost. We need to clean that ditch out, so just so y'all know that's been done.
Good deal.
Just keep the water out of Mr. Wilcox's house.
And it all, other things too will help with that water on the road, you know, during periods of heavy rain, hopefully we'll be able to evacuate that water quicker and.
We've got a little bit of rainwater, but basically just cleaning out the ditches and drainage ditches that are down there and that works. That's basically all I have. Do you have anything?
This is, when I
July 1 for the state. And, there's supposedly $175,000 in the MDA's budget for the county to help repair the underpass down here in town. And we'll try to get all of the details and everything on it, but I did talk to James Carter the other day, MDA, who's their business guy, and he was aware of some of it, but, I know Herbert, before he left in this budget cycle, got some money for us to try to help get that fixed.
I guess the question is gonna be, who's gonna fix it?
Yeah, it's already flooded out there.
The what?
That's already flooding out there. So, my understanding, the money did not go to the city, it goes to the county, and that's what was stipulated in the budget process up there. And the MDA is to forward the county, not the city process. So I'm gonna get it and get with everything, and I'm gonna get with Les. We're gonna be the ones in charge. And, Les is who I'm gonna work with as far as the road stuff.
Get to the fixing, we'll pay them.
You know, let me say one other thing, a little alibi here. We went over to the MDA meeting a week and a half ago, met with Glenn McCall, the director. He just kept thanking us for coming. And we were there with these site selectors, professionals from around the country, actually around the world there, quite a meeting. And, they want to do something for us, you know, they really do. If we'll just help them a little bit. And, you know, we all on this MDA ambassador program try to get somebody to represent us. They're just, I've never seen the climate as positive it is about coming to Fort Worth County as it is today. I think they verify that. They just, when you got the director of MDA coming up and said, man, I'm so proud y'all came, you know, thank you for coming. What do you think about what's going on? It's a real positive deal instead of them.
Speaking of that, are you gonna miss the Lauderdale County?
Yeah, I'll be back.
You gonna be back, that's
So 14th,
yeah, the 14th.
I'll be back. We need to, think about all of them.
Yeah,
That's it. There's just 3 hours. We signed up that they wouldn't let 2 hours go. MDA program.
One thing I said, ambassador program through the Mississippi Development Authority.
We agreed to go to 4 meetings. And 2 mayors, supervisors.
We're gonna be an ambassador of the state of Mississippi.
That's right.
For whatever good that does you.
Go for a big paycheck.
Yeah. That'll go toward our retirement.
There you go.
One thing I think y'all could do to help the county would be to publicize some of these activities, let the public through the press know what y'all are doing. For example, I didn't see any publicity about this park that was opened up down there recently and other
No,
things.
but I think Les is working on getting a ribbon cutting for that, so hopefully.
It'll be later this month.
Yeah.
And we're gonna invite the press and, you know, to the ribbon cutting.
Like, we put a write-up in there about it the other day.
And I would like to, that is a good idea, but when we finish that class, we need to get a paper involved and, let them know what, that we went to all these meetings and, just let them know that we're out there working for them and trying to get something done.
You're exactly right. You know, and this kind of goes back, we need to put a positive image for the county. We need positive headlines, not negative headlines.
Exactly.
And you know, it hurts all of us if negative headlines. And, people, you know, we talked a lot about trying to enhance the environment here where people want to live. And people want to live where they think God's functions, food, place is clean, you know, safe, good roads, taxes low as they can be, park, recreation, and all of that, and where people are working together, and that community spirit, what we got built, and we just.
Talking about positive headlines there, what happened, or what they need to do?
I've got 2 things, let's say, I gotta get Michael to pull up. I found one on taxes and one, basically the state did on
at it, I read it over, and it Michael pulled up, I zoomed out, and I said, you commented on it, nobody else did, but I'm gonna go ahead and give those two.
Because, I don't know about the rest of you, but Adrian, the first one you did on, where your taxes go, and give a real good explanation, I shared it, I think all of us did equally as well on social media, and Adrian put it on the website, and I got a lot of good response out of that, because there's people, and I never knew it, either, that that's how it worked until I became supervisor. It's not saying anything negative about the people out there, but just a lot of these people didn't know.
And I found one the other day written by Mississippi State that they allowed us to use that, when we get Michael put up, it really goes into detail on assessment spectrum, because of the process is going right now. They go through it and tell the difference in class 1, class 2, class 3, the different properties, what they assess at, the rates, and how it works, so.
When you do that, if you would, email us a link to it and where we can share it on social media, because, I guess I'm a hypocrite, because I used to put it on social media. But once I used it for the right thing, just like Sheriff said, their investigator probably couldn't get anything done with those leads on the thing. You put it on social media and instantly they make free arrest, And I'm not putting that on the island, but you can put something on social media right now, don't cost you anything, and you'll reach more people that you spend $1,000 on our local paper. And that's what I just said, we can reach a lot with those good news about it on social media. And my cousin says, put a lot of positive out there, things that we're doing.
Anybody can be David. Where did we stand on this, last meeting we had, when we were on the site, these, new people that's coming into town, do we ever make any more progress on that?
Right, there it is, on the further. Child protection service, DHS child service. There it is. There you want on the other?
Well, Eddie, the local director, he's supposed to be back, I think, this week. He's been with chat, they've been on the trip, so he should be back this week.
Of course, we're here to talk about it, but just what you were talking about, while I go about that building over there behind the OC, would that be an option if we have to, like I said, where we're in, we can just like the air conditioning. Eddie does not require it on the space DHS, we can give DHS that, that's fine for me anyway. If we already got the building, then like you have been over there too, it's just what we're doing.
Did we ask about that other place? I don't know.
Yes, but, my thought on that, was it's too big. If we could leave DHS there, if that building, if they had the whole thing was nice, then we could use a lot smaller place for the.
How many people work with Smith?
About 8 or 9,
Yeah, up to 6, we said max 9.
6 to 9. And I know these people work, but every time, I know a lot of that in the field, but I've been in both of those offices 2 or 3 times, and you never find nobody in the building. I know they got the employees, but you put in the halls. When me and you went to the one in Melbourne, wasn't a lot in the offices. I know those people work, you have to have an office.
But you gotta take into consideration, he said someone was out in the field, someone.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. But when you just initial appearance, you go there, it's a bunch of people in the offices.
Anything else we're gonna talk about?
I'm gonna tell something, let me mention something, probably y'all probably gonna get mad about. I went over here the other day, they had a little thing for, Clay was retired, y'all know Mr. Clay? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you look at, we were serving food up there, and you look around at the floor, go over and look at the floor and women's restroom, and I took some pictures of the public restroom over there in the courthouse, and it is just embarrassing, guys. Go over there and look at it, it's just terrible. And people were looking at that carpet like they didn't wanna eat the food because I see the sheriff laughing, but go look at it, I mean, I've
Oh,
seen
I
it.
know it, yeah, I see it all
Turn
the
your
time.
stomach to eat in a room that looks like that, it's just,
Well, I agree, you look at our buildings, walk outside, walk around this
yeah,
building.
this building's gonna rot down.
Yeah, it's gonna rot down. You know, it's gonna rot down around us, there's never been no attempt to do anything, it does not appear to.
I agree. It just occurred to me standing there with a plate of food, and I had to watch those little people, I was gonna take some pictures, I'll be ready to show it to you, but that carpet looks like people, the garbage has been dumped on the floor and then scraped around and tried to clean it, there are trails of stuff leaving out of the rooms, I mean.
They just drag the bags out.
It's just terrible.
It's nasty.
And it looked like a brand new carpet cleaner machine over at the OC I seen here a while back.
I don't.
That carpet's
do
pretty
it,
new.
this carpet, I mean, it's just, this carpet beyond repair. And just go over and look at it.
Where is it at?
Upstairs,
In the main
where they're
courtroom.
serving the food, the main courtroom, the
And that's not
bathroom.
very old either.
Pick any of the bathrooms, go look at any of the bathrooms, it's just,
But basically, I feel the same way about every building we have here.
well, that's true, that's true.
Well, you know, that brings up another subject, and there's no reason, my mom, we didn't have much, my pants might have had patches on them, but they were always clean. Mom said, patches was all right, as long as they were clean, you wouldn't think.
Hey, clean patches on.
My feet be barefooted, but their feet was clean. But, you know, with grand jury now, for how many years, you know, it's told us we gotta do something about having some space on this courthouse. And people ain't gonna like it, you know, but, you know, it's gonna come down, we're gonna get indicted for not doing something about it. I mean, they really have the authority to do that.
If we had an aggressive DA, he probably would have already done something, frankly, because, you know, just, it could happen.
You know, being in the workshop, I would like to say one thing, it's kind of, we have a little brotherhood meeting, and I went out there and the guy talked about this, I'm not making a Bible class out of this, but he was talking about in Deuteronomy where the Israelites was moving into another land, and the scripture says, you're moving into houses you didn't build, and drinking from wells you didn't dig, and eating fruit from trees you didn't plant. This courthouse was built in 1918, by men that drove a wagon to town. You know, and now they wasn't paying 35% of the federal government to IRS either, you know. But 1926, that census was put out front. You know, people throw it all out of office. And, you know, we've used that courthouse that our forefathers provided us for 100 years. The court system knows we gotta be able to do something about the court. I mean, we just don't have to do it. We just gotta figure out the most feasible, economical way to do it and do something that makes sense and logical.
Whatever we do, we're gonna have to maintain.
That's right.
Because from what I see, ain't nothing been maintained around here in many, many years. I know all these window sills wasn't put up right.
You know, it's bad, I'm sure it's been clean. 8 years ago, we came and they went over to where the DA's office is, and they literally had stapled, electric cord through around the baseboards and put a 220 wire through the door, and all the plastic was all down the naked wire, 220. And, we were trying to afford to build because of everybody else. But, you know, we need to sweep around our own door.
Absolutely.
And the cleanliness, we won't be on the garbage haulers. We're getting out here making people clean up. We need to clean up our own act, need to sweep around our own door.
And I'm proud of the progress we're making.
Yeah, we're making progress.
We're making some headway there.
Good progress.
I think y'all could build twice that square footage, then try to redo that building on the land y'all have over there. You might ought to go over there, do a new building, just give that to historical society, because it cost a fortune to try to fix this building up here.
We had looked at some plans one time for an annex, building over 2 stories, they want the courtrooms upstairs and security. And try to move some of these offices back out of the main street down there, get them back on the tax roll. But we looked at an annex over here and one on the other side, on both sides, and they basically just weren't nothing fancy, brick blocks, square buildings.
But that was keeping that courthouse and remodeling it though, wasn't it? You were gonna have.
Well, we were gonna get
I asked the architect last year, I guess it was, when he was here discussing some things with the courthouse. And I wanna say it was it 2.5 times more to remodel that courthouse than you thought, than a new building would be there, does that sound right?
Right, did it told, you went down and took it back.
Yeah.
Truthfully, we need more courtroom, we just don't have the space for it.
Need more space, but then you wouldn't have any parking either if you did all this. How many acres y'all got over there? That's kind of why, that's just my opinion.
Over there,
Before you tore that building down there. Do a new building over there, you got plenty of parking, you know, rather
Yeah,
than.
but that would defeat the purpose of centralizing everything, that's what we got now, Dave. We got people, we run them down here 2 blocks, we run them over here, we run them over there, when they, very seldom do you walk into one office, and that's the only one you need to deal with. You got to go here or there. They had plans for parking involved in the plan and everything. You know, most days we have enough parking, but I'm gonna tell you, if we have that whole parking lot over there, Louis Star parking lot on docket call days, I don't care. It ain't gonna be enough.
Well, I think what Sheriff said though is if you build a new building, abandon everything here, move over there and do it all new.
Still running the parking lot up there.
Yeah, but, you know, you could, but it's gonna be
We need to start looking at some options. That's what we're talking about here, we need to start looking at some options. You can't make a decision till you know all the options.
Speaking of options also, you know, we've talked a little bit about our road system, and Les has done a real good job of coming up with a plan, some real good ideas. But if we're gonna entertain the idea of borrowing some money, we still need to know a budget. How much are we planning on borrowing? Because you know, when
Make sure the word's right about that.
Yeah, I'm prepared in the workshop format to talk to you about where we're at with the road assessment and give you some numbers to start thinking about. If y'all want to talk about that now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna pass out something to you. I think I've talked with each one of you individually about what we've done with the assessment of the county roads. You know, there's some, and I'm just kind of, I'm passing this out, go over it in a nutshell. I want to keep it simple because there is a lot of numbers and we could get bogged down. And I'm prepared to answer any questions about how we arrived at these numbers. But, you know, we assessed all of the roads in the county and on about a number of categories from road, you know, drainage, pavement base, different things like that. And from that, we're able to prioritize the need. And the way we prioritize the need, we took the condition of the road and the value of the road as far as its usage and ranked those roads from top to bottom. And that's what I have here, a 50-page report that has all of the roads ranked from top to bottom. Now, I'm still waiting on each of the individual supervisors' priorities to merge together with this academic ranking, and as we talked about before. So with that ranking now, I moved into the phase where we do our work plan and budgeting. That's what we're talking about today, is our work plan and our budgeting. And the sheet I handed out shows you some categories that will help us with budgeting. And what I've done is assigned a cost value to each road segment in its order of priority. And again, the road segments, you can see there's a length column. It's about the 5th column from the left. It says length in feet. That is the length of the segment of road that, you know, that each road indicates. But when assigning costs, you can see the headings there. Mine's in color. I'm sorry I didn't have a you know, you see there it starts with base repair, leveling, overlay, cement treated, that's a form of base repair, mat rock seal, peat mineral seal, limestone seal. That's basically the measures that need to be performed on our roads right now, as far as, you know, repairing and maintaining our some 851 miles of road. And my goal was to estimate the material cost to perform these repair and maintenance measures. And those material costs give us an indication of how much money we need to supply the county road department with what they need material-wise to make these repairs. Now, also, and with that, you see there's two columns over on the right that says working day for the segment and working day cumulative. I wanted to know how many working days we're talking about. So, talking with Charlie and what I know, I assigned a production value to the items of work in order to know how many working days we're talking about. I'm gonna boil this down. I said I was gonna keep it simple, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna boil it down. Basically, I came up with a cost for materials and days it would take to apply those materials. So I started at the top with the worst segment, the segment that graded the worst, and I started working down, accumulating the number of days and the total cost to arrive. And y'all have all seen the map that has the color codes, the magenta roads in priority 1, and then the red roads in priority 2, and the orange roads in priority 3. The map, it's in the back if you want to look at it again. But that gives you a visual of what roads I'm talking about. So priority 1, at the end of priority 1, I had $1.1 million worth of materials. You only have one page. This I have all 50 pages, but I'm going to tell you what it says. The end of priority 1 was the magenta colored roads on the map. I had $1.1 million worth of materials and 105 working days. That's priority 1. 100 in a construction season when Charlie would do road work would be from May to November, you know, about a 7-month period. Each month would have about 15 working days in it. You know, when you take out days that we don't work, holidays and weekends and bad weather days. So 7 months would have some approximately 100 working days. For one crew to work 100 days, you could do all of priority 1 in a year, you know, with what we're saying, 105 days, you know, roughly. That's just priority 1. That's 50 miles. That's 22 miles of road. You know, that's what it would take to fix 22 of our 850 miles. Now, that's our worst road match. Say again?
How much was that labor?
The labor I don't have. Now, the labor typically, I do have a typical number. I've got $1.1 million worth of material. That's rocks, liquid asphalt, hot mix, cement, if we're gonna treat the base, you know, that's material. $1.1 million. Now, typically, if we were gonna contract that, we would spend about 2 to 2.5 times that to contract it. Just a rule of thumb, you know, when you contract work and you look at the material cost, when you add your other costs with equipment, labor, overhead, you'll get about 2.5 times that as a general rule in both work. So to do that 1.1 million outside of the county workforce, just to go out and hire somebody to do it, you'd be talking about 2 to 2.5 times that amount. So my whole report to you today is from the approach of doing this work with county forces. Now, understanding we may not do all of it with county forces. It may be a mixture of some county force and some contracting, but to keep it simple today and get our mind wrapped around the task in front of us, I'm going to talk about material costs, county workforce, and the time, working days required. So at the end of priority 1, which was 22 miles of road, we had $1.1 million worth of materials and 105 working days. A manageable task. If we had, you know, the money to do in about a year's time. Sliding down the list, priority 2, the end of the priority 2 roads, which included the magenta colored on the map and the red, we were looking at about 92 miles of road, 305 working days, and $3.6 million worth of materials. Now, think about that.
Yeah, the 3.6 is.
Materials.
That's a running total though, right?
That's a cumulative total.
So that includes the 1.1, so that's.
I'm just doing 1 and 2 now.
Right. But
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out.
3.6 is cumulative.
It includes,
One into priority 1.
Yeah,
Yeah, includes priority 1 and
so
priority 2.
we need to be at 2.5 for priority 2.
Yeah, another 2.5, that's correct.
What about the days? Is it
The
gonna be
days
200
include, it's another 200 days to do priority 2. But now understand, if we're going to attack this work plan with county forces, we'll be working more than 1 crew. We could be working, and Charlie helped me with this, we could be working a base repair crew.
Base crew and a
We could be working a paving crew, and hopefully we could be working a seal crew too. Now, we may have to do some sharing equipment and ramping up to do that, but we would need 3 crews, working concurrently to accomplish.
Is it the same thing on mileage? Is that cumulative? So it'd be
That is cumulative.
70 miles of priority 2 roads?
No, it's, priority 2 got us up to, yes, I'm sorry. 92 total miles, that includes.
So that'd be 70 miles of priority 2 roads.
Right. Now, I still don't think we're gonna be satisfied with just doing, if you say at the end of this 305 working days, now, assuming we're working 2 crews, we could probably do that in a year and a half, a season and a half with 3 crews working pretty much all the time. At the end of that period of time, I still don't think you're gonna be satisfied with just addressing 92 miles of road when you got 850 miles out there to maintain. And looking at the map and the roads that this assessment has identified as priority, we're still not going to get to the roads that I have a sense that you want to get to. Talking with each one of you individually, we've just got higher aspirations as far as what roads need to be tended to this term. So let's slide on down the list a little further to the end of priority 3. Now, I will say this, at the end of priority 3, I feel like the majority of the roads that you're concerned about will be addressed at the end of priority 3. I'm not saying 100% of the roads, but when we get to the end of priority 3, we're going to have done a monumental, we're going to achieve a monumental accomplishment if we could get to the end of priority 3 roads by the end of this term. Now, we're talking at the end of priority 3, cumulative total 260 miles we will have addressed. That's 260 of the 850 miles.
Hang on 1 second.
We will have done some work.
Hang on, please, going out.
Sorry?
Priority 3.
Total, 260 miles.
That's total for all 3 priorities.
That's the total for all 3. So we'll have to back it out, and I think.
168 miles of
Additional
priority
miles,
3 roads.
168 additional.
Okay, that's right. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, let me bring the question,
Okay.
and I'm sure you figure show this. To bring priority 3 roads up, it's not gonna cost here what it would cost to bring up priority 1 roads. Should. Priority 3 roads, I think, would be sealing.
Right, per mile, you're correct. Per mile, it's not gonna be as much per mile. If you take these numbers and work out a per mile cost, correct.
Okay.
These priority 3 roads, some of them are going to get narrower, some of them not going to have the extensive depth repairs. It's going to be cheaper per mile.
And not as bad a shape, not as much leveling and all that.
Exactly, not as much of them, correct. But let me give you the numbers, because they're staggering. To get through priority 3 at the 260 miles, we're looking at 700 working days. Now, these working days are, as I mentioned, calculated on a production rate that Charlie and I talked about, putting X number of gallons of liquid asphalt down in a day for the seal crew, X number of tons.
One crew.
Yeah, that's working days for 1 crew. Now, if we're working at it with 3 crews, you're looking at 200 days. Well, we only have 100 per year. So, you can get there. And we got basically half of this season left. A little more than half probably, this construction season, that plus 3 more construction seasons. You know, if we've got some, what would that be, 350 working days, you know, left to go. Now, if you're working 3 crews, all 3 of those, you know, you can get 1,000 days worth of work done. So we can get this done.
700 working days, though, through priority 3.
Yes. And the dollar figure for just materials, 8.4 million. Just to buy the materials to do that 260 miles worth of work and that 700 days worth of work, 8.4 million. That's just materials. Now, yeah, I know. And so, and Adrian and I talked about these numbers this morning briefly, but let me throw something else out at you that may give you some justification for borrowing money. In 1995, when I started county engineering work, you could pave road with hot mix asphalt, hire a contractor to put it down in place, state spec for $32 a ton in 95. Today it's $105 a ton to do that exact same thing. And that's in 20 years. We were talking a few meetings ago about a 20-year rotation on our road maintenance, you know, and really it needs to be more like 12 to 15 on our high-use roads, 20 on our low-use roads. Well, we're looking, you know, 15, 20 years down the road, if things continue as they have in the past, we're looking at, construction costs being 2 or 3 times what they are at the end. So the more you can do at today's prices, you know, to get on top of our maintenance problem, the better it will be. I think the more bang for your buck you will get. So I think that's where you're going with the question, you know, about things cost more, you know, if we wait. Not to mention the loss and, you know, the damage.
Malcolm, the other day when you were out, Les made the facing board needs painting this year, next year you gotta replace the wood. Kind of like these windows in this building, been a lot cheaper to caulk them and paint them than probably will be to fix them.
Just like water.
Yep. 260 miles of roads total.
Get you through priority 3.
Let me say this.
Now, but priority 3 would get most of the roads y'all are concerned about, I think. Now, there's still maybe 1 or 2 out there that you'd like to see something done to that's not even on priority 3, that may be in the other, 600 miles of road.
Let me say this. I made the statement once time this road, riding all the roads. I said all the time, there's 30% of our roads in bad shape. You take 30 times 860 miles, you're about 260 miles.
Well,
it's right around on 30% of them need work.
Some of the roads that don't, because of the grading, the assessment, the method of assessment, and the way these roads are graded, some of these roads that are narrow and dead end don't rank very high because they don't have a lot of use volume of traffic on them. So, you know, we've got a lot of roads out there that the surface is old, but you know, they don't rank in that priority because there's only 20 cars a day on them. You know? And some of these roads we're talking about have, you know, in excess of 1,000 cars a day on them. So, you know, those roads obviously warrant attention.
Based on your numbers, priority 1 is $50,000 a mile. Priority 2 drops down to 35.7 thousand. And priority 3 is 28.5.
Yeah, so I think that's when they made the point that it does. So you get more miles done, the quicker you get on top of your problem. And I say problem, the quicker you get your hands on the maintenance. It's like, you know, we're talking about garbage, but if you send somebody out to pick up garbage and they pick up 10 bags of garbage, well, while they were asleep, somebody threw 20 out there, you know, I mean, you're not getting out of the problem. And that's the same thing with the roads. You know, we've got to get ahead of the problem.
Les, if we went in and fixed these 260 mile of road right, what you're proposing over the next, I think 3 to 4 years, basically what you got, what would be the lifespan of these roads being before significant maintenance you think we need to be on?
12 years on your high traffic roads, as much as 20 years on your lower traffic roads. That's historically what we've been getting. I mean, now, obviously, you know, some roads we let go too long, but with a good base under your road, surface will last, you know, 12 to 15 years on that traffic road. Now, you know, we like on our state aid roads, we talk a lot about state aid roads and why they're getting worked on when some of our other roads aren't getting worked on. Those roads are on a 12-year, basically a 12-year rotation. You know, we try to get a new surface on fairly base every 12 years, every third term. We are working on every state aid road.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but our road department budget is about, what, 1.1, is that right? That's pretty close.
The paving fund right now, it'll go up to $1 million this year.
It's what?
It'll go up to $1 million on the asphalt. Once we paid that bond money off, ain't that right, Adrian? We paid it off, and it was $500,000 just for materials, for asphalt. Well, asphalt and DDST, tar and rock, which pothole patching materials come out of that, which is $115, what I spent last year on pothole patching.
We'll need to continue that.
Yeah.
And it should reduce as we work our way through. That effort should get a little more manageable, but it's still gonna have to go on.
My question is, how much money do we, in other words, my question is, how are we gonna pay this back? I'm sure that's.
Well, but if my math is correct, we got 8.4 million total, and if it's over a 3-year period, we're gonna collect 3 million, so we need 5.4 million. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I don't know.
To do that plan. I mean, we got $1 million a year in our budget.
Right now, we'll start in October.
Start in October. Well, we start our 3 years in October, our 3-year road. What's left of our 4-year road plan is only gonna be 3 years. If the total for the 260 miles is 8.4 million, in the 3 years, we're gonna collect 3 million a year. So we're 5.4 million short to do priority 1, 2, and 3 roads.
I guess what I was looking at, when you look at the material cost of this, and then you look at the labor cost, well, some of the labor cost is already in our budget.
Right.
Well, if we don't blacktop the road, just doing what we're doing today, that's the mowing, pothole patching, putting in covers. So, I thought, and somewhere in my mind, it totals about $1.1 million when we're not paying off the bond, is that right?
Right.
About,
Roughly right at it. If we didn't do anything but take the money that we gonna get in now, we would be able to accomplish priority 1s and 2s. We should be able to have money to accomplish priority 1s and 2s by the end of this term.
We're gonna be priority 3 roads short.
Right.
and there'll be priority 2s and 1s. That's,
Well, you know, the kicker is, okay, you throw in the 4.8 million on priority 3s. That's why we fix to get in the budget, we're not working all of it. We're taking what we got right now to do 1 and 2s. We say, okay, well, we go borrow 5 to add with it.
can't do that.
We can't, because then what we're gonna pay the 5 back with.
Exactly.
Because then you would take away, okay, you'd say, and I'm just saying 5, then you say, well, we gotta have 500,000 to pay that back a year, well, then we'll get.
A year, you got another $1 million.
That's what I'm saying, then we go back to, okay, we can accomplish priority 1s, and we don't have the money for those, so we got to sit down and think through all of this, look at it.
Let me ask you a stupid question. I understand where you're coming. You just told us earlier today that our assessments is gonna come in probably 9 to 10% more tax money.
Yeah.
You know, if we leave the village right where it is, I mean, we've gotta fix these roads. Everybody wants a road fixed, and that's what they measure our job performance on. Roads or taxes, one of the two. Could that be put into the road department too?
Well, if the village was left alone, it would go into there, because the road fund has its own village.
No, but what Hudson has stated, the same thing I've been asking before, can we take money out of the general fund and put it in the road department? See, what he said, if we keep our general fund budget the same as it is, and always consistent, that's where you go. And the same thing I've been saying, what extra we get, put it toward, any extra we got, put it in the road.
There is a possibility that you get into situations where that if you move it into that road fund, because the way the law works on the road fund, I'm not gonna say you can't do it, you can move money into there. But you got to go in and calculate how much you move, and you got to pay the city of Poplar so much, and you got to pay the city of Pickens so much. Because their road millage money, whatever's collected inside the cities, they get half of that. That goes to the city of Pickens and the city of Poplarville. And if you bring money out and put it in here, the law says, okay, they would have been entitled to their share. So it's doable, but you gotta go back and.
Some of the increase gets divided by the.
It does. In other words, if you say, okay.
That money would have never got to them to start with.
And the reason it is, they do that where you don't drop this and bring it. In other words, the law is in there where you say, okay, we gonna take, like right now, our road departments. Our road millage is 5 mills, okay? Well, we're gonna cut that to 1.5 mills, and then we're gonna increase the general fund from 34 to put 4 mills 39, and then, okay, when we get that extra money, we put it over here, and they say, what you're doing is you short the cities. That's why it's all, it can be done. Don't give me.
How much are we gonna have to get, how much, you don't know for sure how much we have to.
No, you gotta sit down and go into a factory thing and figure it out. But you have to.
Roughly how much of a dollar bill would they get, 10% or 20% or 5%? Do you have it?
I don't know that right now. I had to look it all that. Go in.
Well, here's the deal, well, I look at it, y'all may disagree, we need to look at what we can do. We may have to go down just so far and draw a line, so we can get them facts there.
Well, I think that's the next step we need to do. Well, there's two things that I would like to make this work plan better. And that would be some input from 5 supervisors about what you think, and 2, a budget number, how much money is financially, we want to put into it. Let me throw another number at you, if you don't already have enough numbers. Total, to do all 850 miles was 21.4 million. And if we talk about, a 12 to 20-year rotation on that, we're getting in that 1.3, 4 million a year. Well, that number just points to the fact that we're shy on road maintenance funding right now. With the task we got that. We need to do more each year in order to keep from getting further behind. With what I'm seeing. Another thing we need to talk about is there are some other costs. If we want to do this with county forces, 700 cumulative working days, and to get that done in 3 years and 300 working days, you've got to have work about 2.5 crews concurrently. And so that means we may need more people and equipment. I don't know that. I haven't really talked to Charlie about his workforce, but
more people for sure.
And that's where I was trying to go to, and I guess I can sit down with a pencil and kind of figure it out. We got 1.1 billion, we're not paying any bond money back. We borrow the bond money, we're gonna have 600,000 to use. Okay? 600,000 is what we've been using, I guess, over the last 2 or 3 years. And that provides your work crew. That's mostly labor, not a lot of material, of course, it's culverts and gravel and that kind of stuff. You just gotta get your hands wrapped around it.
yeah, I think we are. I think we're getting close. I just
You know, I
have
look down this list, I don't have the rest of priority, this all priority ones.
guess the next step is that, let's make sure our priorities are right, make sure your road, your priority, what you see as a priority matches with what the printout has on it. And those printouts are in Adrian's office and back here, and I can provide you with a copy if you want. Digital for your computer, whatever you need, we've got it. This data, the way it's formulated, we have it linked to our GIS database, and it's in this Excel spreadsheet. It's very powerful to have this data. We can look in just a matter of minutes. I can assign values and come up with numbers that help us. But we do need to set a budget and come up with a specific, more specific work plan. In other words, Charlie and I need to get together and go look at these roads, and make sure we're all on the same page with what we need to do, the measures that need to be applied. I think it's a good set of data to make decisions from, and set priorities from, and budget from, and then get to work on it.
Neither is our current budget will allow, we will be able to, without any additional, we should be able to do priority 1 and 2. So if we could do like Hudson is talking about, and that's, I'd had before about putting that money in there. Then we could figure out approximate amount that we would have to go towards priority 3.
I understand that, but I'm gonna strongly suggest not doing that. I'm gonna tell you why. We don't need to get in the process of trying to rob Peter to pay Paul. And if we start robbing the general fund to put in road fund, and the thing is, if it's gonna take more money, we need to look at how can we get more money through either bond and paying or taxes or whatever. I know that's a hard word, everybody says taxes, but it's a fact of life. If we're gonna keep having things and say, okay, so we start taking money out of the general fund. I can tell you right now, the Sheraton's running on cars that's 200,000+ miles. We're gonna have to buy some cars for too much longer.
Yeah, I was fixing to ask y'all about that when he gets through.
But what I'm saying is that like if we have some extra money or this or that, a prime example this year, we had MEC come in on Chantry and Circuit both times, and if that is required, we just spent like $10,000 a day on computers and circuit. It's really not in the budget because the computers they're using over there is not capable of running MEC. So I would advise against looking at taking this money and putting it here, and let's concentrate it first here. What can we do? Where can we come up with and do things around? Because we moved some here 4 or 5 years ago and shortened our bridge and culvert money, one deal, and moved over into the road fund.
That one stays pretty low now.
And we were only gonna do that for 1 year. Well, it's been 4 years and it's still in there, and we don't have the bridge and culvert money that we used to have. And we haven't done as many bridges out of just our own money. Because we took about $100,000 out of it and moved it to here. It's okay, over 4 years, that's $400,000 worth of bridges. I know it's in the road fund, we've got some use, but when you start doing that, if you're gonna start moving it from here to like in that deal, then you shorten the other funds.
Yeah, there's other needs. Yeah, I do understand that. But of course, this is not budget time, but it's getting real close.
Right, and then
And it's something for everybody to think about. But last year was my very first budget. But I did notice from the time I was elected until budget time that nobody worried about it. And this year, I'm not gonna participate much in the budget if it ain't gonna matter whether people stick to it or not. And I'm not being being ugly about it, but I'm just being frank, that, you know, why am I gonna waste my time up here trying to get something in the budget to work, and we pay everything that everybody wants to spend?
I agree.
Been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, but what I'm saying, don't expect me to come up here unless we all agree that we're gonna hold to a budget.
Somebody asked me, and I said, I've done budgets for 15, 16 years, and I think they've been different for every single year. We've done budgets off the same sheet of paper, and that's the whole thing, and we've gone line item by line item, department by department before, and then they said, no, that take too much time, too much, I don't want to be up here doing that much time, you know. We've had cattle auctions, and said, okay, take this number, how many agrees on this number? We get 3 that agree on some number, we write it in, that's what it is.
Right.
But that's, you can pencil whip a budget, I can pencil whip one in 15 minutes, but does that mean it's gonna be accurate? No, it's not gonna be accurate. You know, you asked me one time, why, when I know sometimes it's gonna cost, a line item's gonna cost, say, $5,000, I put 2,000, 3,000 in. Well, when I know for a fact that they got a budget set for 400,000 and they're gonna at least spend 450, it don't matter because they've done that for 8, 9 years. You just divide that 400 the best you can up through there, and you know it ain't gonna be right. And then when, like you said, when you get to that point, well, why are you over? Well, one, I didn't have enough to start with. And then you know you ain't got enough to start with.
Yep, and I don't mean that for any department head or anybody else in the county, because, I think it happened to you in the past before, Sheriff, that your budget, and they knew it would take you good. And I think that's the reason, and that report that Adrian has been giving us, that in the years past, the reason was, you know, some years was so much over budget is for the same reason, correct, Dana? Yeah, what he's bringing up there. But all I'm saying is, I would like to, and this is, I'm only 1 out of the 5, but I would like to make realistic budgets. But then by the same token, make people accountable for those budgets. Because if we make a budget, I mean, unless we got a printing press, we can't keep going on the budget. If we keep spending more than we're taking in, eventually we're gonna run out of money.
You're exactly right. I agree 100%. But, you know, the budget, it takes a lot of work. And of course, everybody comes in there, they or anybody else, and they gonna, a lot of people fluff up their numbers. You know, expect, you know, we gotta have a good dialogue between us, you know, and sit down and say, hey, this is it, and everybody agrees to it, and then make them live to it, man.
Well, I'm gonna use the sheriff.
8 years ago, I used to ask every board guys about the budget coming from it. Probably made it mad,
But like
that's our job.
Last year on the jail, we, and it's nothing for or against the sheriff, but it's a good comparison. Some of them want to cut it. I said, well, what part are you gonna cut here? And I'm looking through it by line item. So we called the sheriff, and he come in here, and we went through it. Most of it was state mandated. There's no way to medical expense. How you gonna cut medical expense?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? When we solved that issue, it wasn't that he was, you know, fluffing it up or wanting extra money. It was down to the bare essentials, and it's gonna cost it whether you give that amount or not.
It is what it is.
It is. That's the reason I said, and that's what we did last year, and it's pretty much on budget. I said, let's make it realistic, something that we know it's gonna take, and stay on budget. Because like I said, we just can't keep going of
We added
over and over budget.
right at 400,000 Sheriff. What did right at 400,000 we put in the jail last year?
Shoot, I can't remember now.
I think it was right at 300 to 400, and right now through, you know, 3/4 of the year, 1% of it is running closer than it's ever run.
Yeah, I think we raised it 100, but you might have been right, it might have been, they were trying to cut it 300 or 400 and do it. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, we were,
we added some into it.
Let me make one more statement about roads, and sit down. I know the conversation has kind of went off the roads a little bit, and that's fine, it needs to. Another benefit to this work plan, and I call it work plan, because that relates more before your road plan is accurate to it. It'll give Charlie something to work from, you know, rather than, you know, maybe responding, you know, just kind of reacting, I should say. We'll have a work plan that had tasks that carry us through the term that he can, you know, he knows where his crew needs to be today, tomorrow, the next day. And I think there'll be some benefit to that.
Well,
That's got to make his job a lot easier.
Oh, it will.
I'll tell you, make it easier on us too, we can tell somebody, we go blacktop your road schedule to be done next year. Instead of saying, yeah, we're gonna look at it.
Right.
Knowing there's not enough money to get.
Well, no one, you don't know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
What do you tell
The
them?
hard part's gonna be the one that ain't on that list.
Well, if we do it right, you know, and I looked at the list, the people that call them bitching on me, ain't on that first few.
Right, me either. Well, bad road.
Well, and that's why we need to get through, we need to figure out how to get through priority 3 if we're gonna get on top of the maintenance of the county roads. Otherwise, and it may not be physically possible with finances, but the problem's not going away.
We need to get as far as we can get.
But the fact that something else said about budget, and like you said before, we gotta be smart but be realistic about it. What is it actually gonna cost? And what can we actually do for that amount?
Well, one of the things we did, and we tried to be realistic about this plan, about this budget number, and Charlie and I talked about how much he could do in a day. And we have our bid prices, we know what the asphalt costs. Our trial project, I don't know how many of you know, we tried a base reclamation, just a very small section of road, it worked real well. It's, the base was reclaimed, treated with cement, and 7 days later, approximately, we put a limestone mat and seal on it. And you know, there's no question, it's good work. It's better than good work. It's excellent work the county did. It's the kind of repair that will last for a long time. You know, it's out there for us to watch and monitor, but I'm confident that it will. It's the same work that we've done on state aid projects in the past. You know, so we did that for 2 reasons. One, to see what the county's capacity was, how much we can do in a given work day, and if possible, if you could do it. You know, so I know how much, I got a good idea of how much of that type base reclamation we can do, and I'm confident the county can do it. So, you know, so to come up with these numbers in these days, you know, I feel like they're good numbers that we can use for budgeting. They're realistic.
Right, and I didn't mean it that way, because you have, but what I'm saying is we just need to do the rest of our county the same way. Have real numbers of this is what it's gonna cost to get, and this is what you're gonna get in return.
Well, one of the things that is under, can we get 15 working days a month? You know, can we get that done? I mean, you know, right now I think we're not working on Fridays, right? You know, that's a problem. You know, that cuts you down. You take out weekends, holidays, and rain days, and also you take out every Friday. That's a problem, getting your work done.
You know why, and I'm going to ask a stupid question that we really did, but I need to go. Why is it, I was at the top of Pikes Peak one time, it was 26 degrees, they was asphalt roads.
And it's using special kind of asphalt, all day, so it's different than what we use. We cut off.
I'm curious why we got, you know.
Yeah, 54 degrees, surface temperature is risky, you know, but I mix that all the time.
You can
There's some new
definitely
things
tell
going on.
you can definitely tell the difference in how it lays, how it seals off, and everything with the temp. Big time.
Well, they're experimenting with something called a cool warm mix instead of hot mix asphalt. You know, there are things that are being experimented with. I don't like experiments because they tend to fail more often than tried and true. But you know, there are some things that we can do as in the cold weather time. So hopefully you have some.
We don't need to get with you then. He's kind of go over this list.
Too quick.
I need to know, yeah, I need to know if you, because road to move up in the priority, the assessment needs to be looked at. You know, if I've assessed the road and it needs to, I can change that assessment and the road will
One
go up or down.
one of the things that you couldn't consider is number of complaints.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gotta change.
I'm not fair, that's gotta be a factor there.
Well, and if you know of a development that's gonna increase use that's in the future, that this type, you know, visual assessment doesn't count for, I mean,
Good work, good work.
yeah.
Anything else?
I do, just quick items, on medical down at the jail, I want to discuss it with y'all before I did anything on it, health insurance of the people that we live now. So they gave us a proposal, and this people that one is, we looked at a few weeks ago, so, I wanted to discuss it with y'all a little bit in private because of the situation with health insurance, which, you know, they just assured me that they there to stay, they've done us a real good job. Can I get the contract, you know, go and let him look at it, and if it looks good, let's get it ready to sign.
Sounds good to me.
You are with that, Adrian?
Yeah, they brought me a copy of the other day, and I told them to get with me. They dropped the price on,
Things like 50,000 cheaper than this other one, this later proposal, is it? Right, 400 or maybe 411, around 455. I got it the day before I went out of town, so I need to look at it for myself.
Oh, just to let y'all know, Fair and Donald, you know, Hudson, we did go meet with, the hospital, the county hospital, and asked them, could they provide these services that we needed at the jail? And, actually, we carried a contract up there to them, and the sheriff did, or I carried, he provided it. And a week ahead of time, we showed them what we would need, give them time to look at it. Anyway, long story short, they wasn't at this time able to provide that service for us.
I heard that, that's good.
Another thing y'all hit on was, you know, vehicles. You know, I think y'all mentioned to me a month ago, y'all might have some money, and I'm not throwing Austin over there to college under the bus, but he works on one of our transport vans that's got 400-something thousand miles. A lot of our patrol deputy cars are worn out, and he said, I'm just trying to fix them the best I can, but he said, you just got worn out equipment, you gotta get some more vehicles, you know, so we'd like 4 more patrol vehicles and one investigative, one transport vehicle, about 150,000 right away if we can get it to fix a dire need.
Was that a budgeted item, or that's something additional?
It's not a budgeted item, it would be additional money. It was mentioned, I don't know if you hear that there or not, that y'all might have some extra money that y'all can give us a vehicle around 150,000 for this budget year, and I provided y'all with a list of the vehicles and the mileage and stuff on, you know, back then, 6 or 8 weeks ago, and we just haven't done anything else on it. I know the whole board's not here to go and wait to discuss it with the whole one, but I just wanted to go, want to address it again.
Well, back when we just went out to it, every while ago, it was we got a lot of needs in the county. So I,
we got the, we
they
need
do it, actually,
to.
if we want to put some money in there, we'd have to get some fixed new hospital. Now that's a crying shame.
It is bad, you know, they get all the sales tax too.
They gotta fix their signal before. Yeah. And if we want to bother the doctor, we gotta give them some money.
Well, can I get a motion from somebody to, adjourn?
Motion.
So y'all later.
Could I ask one question on bond money? If you're going to borrow the money, you know, to fix the roof and stuff, can you get a line of credit instead of this